How are we doing today? We got a nice little crowd. I chose maybe an odd hour, at least for us US folks, which I can only call myself for another day and a half. Yeah. In case you missed my last live stream 2 days ago, I'm heading to Sweden on Saturday. But I've got some unfinished business. As much as I need to be packing right now, the Pegboard pixel wall is short just a few pixels. Most of you probably know the drill by now. My Pegboard pixel board is a project I started many years ago when I first joined Patreon, and I allowed some patrons to request little pixels that I'm going to make with my 3D pen and stick on there. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be taking the pixel wall with me, at least not yet. Maybe my second time coming back and forth I can bring some less essential things, as much as I love the pegboard. Hello, Sony in India. It's 1 a.m. for you there. All right, hopefully this is a convenient time for somebody. Yes, these are the final pixels. I actually closed off the applications, I think in June of last year, and it's definitely slowed down. Not too many requests since 2 years ago when I last did this, so I think I'll be able to finish this off in one stream, maybe in an hour or two. I forget how long it takes me to make these pixels. I do have, let's see, I've got 5 pens on hand right now. 3 of my favorites, the Mint Professional 3D pen, and I also have a Mint Super. And then one of these really old Enervision pens. This thing is ages old, but I think it still works. We'll find out. It might clog every now and then, but I always liked it for doing some detailed work because the filament can come out really slowly. Anyways, there's my little cheat sheet. I made a list of the requests and got some reference photos. That way I know what I'm doing for some of the lesser known ones. All right, Hunter, you got done with classes? Yeah, I mean, it's middle of the day in the US, but I know a lot of people have school or work or whatnot. So it's awesome. We've got 50 people in here, which I love. Alrighty. Alright, I do enjoy reading the comments. Thanks. We've got Max in the Netherlands. Rock is stoked. Sony, what's my profession? I do stuff like this. I'm an artist, a designer, a maker, a creator. I have trouble describing what I do, honestly. But an inventor, I like that term. Inventor sounds like so old school. Like, I don't know. It seems like an old school profession. Everything had to be invented, right? Ooh, Tim doing some theoretical physics. I'm not sure how I can tie that into this live stream, but that's pretty cool. Holly, hello in Minnesota. I'll keep reading the chat while I start setting up. I've pretty much got everything ready to go. Let's see, I've got a whole stash of colors. I also have a pretty much unused box of 32 colors from Mint 3D as well. I've got my pixels ready to go. I've got a pencil because for some of the more complicated designs I like to trace things out. A real goat on vacation in Australia, lovely. I'd love to visit Australia someday. I guess I'll be a little bit closer once I've moved to Sweden. Still not that close at all. Maybe not even closer. But anyways, I'll be used to flying long distances, let's just say that. Also, hopefully the internet holds up. It's been a bit spotty here for the last few days, so I hope I can get through this stream without any problems. So we're gonna get right into it. The first pixel I'm gonna be doing is for Joel. And by the way, these people probably, a lot of them requested these like 2 years ago, so if you do manage to see this, if you're one of the people who put in a request a year or two ago, sorry for the wait. I was just trying to get a good number of requests in, and also, I'm always distracted and doing other things, so. But here we are. My final days here in the studio. I'm going to be doing these last pixels, making sure I get all the requests done. So yes, Joel asked for an orange goose. So the first thing we're going to do is an orange goose. That makes it easy to pick the first color. There we go. That's a nice orange. The question is, oh, I forgot I had it. Oh, here it is. This is just one of my 3D pen boxes, but I remember putting these holes in there. That way I could temporarily peg it into place. That'll make it easier to draw. And orange goose. I was just debating if I want to put a background color first, but I think orange on white will look pretty cool. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let me see how I want to set up this camera. It's a bit awkward. All right. Quick survey. Would you prefer for me to maintain this camera and just draw like this? Which means it'll be upside down for you? No. I think it's better I flip the camera and I can get a bit closer so y'all can see the details. I wish there was an option to like have the front and back camera on at the same time. Because who doesn't want to see this face? Yes, Velociraptor, welcome to the stream. I am just starting. Very much so just starting. Here is the first blank pixel. I just have to stick my hand through my tripod. It's going to be a little awkward, but I think I can do it. So we're going to do an orange goose, and I'm just going to do the head here so that we get a good close-up, and I'm going to make it quacking. So I'm just doing a very light, maybe it's not the perfect shape for a goose head. Goose head's more like rectangular, or a little more stretched out. There we go. And since I'm not doing a background color, I have to be very light with the pencil here. Make sure I don't make it ugly. All right. So the reason I have 5 3D pens on hand is so that I can switch between colors a little more quickly without having to load and unload the pens every time. There we go. Standard PLA settings, 190 degrees. Should do the trick. This actually might be easier if I'm standing up. Maybe I'll do that. Sorry, once I have this figured out, I won't be fidgeting around so much for the rest of the stream. Just gotta kind of get things working out. Should I get closer? Do y'all want a closer look? Okay. Quick adjustments to my setup. I've had my giant external battery stuck on here. I'll show my under chin for a moment while I make some adjustments here. All for the best of the stream. Raphael, what up, dude? Raphael was my homie back in elementary school. It's so awesome that you're here, dude. And thank you. It's gonna be an adventure for sure. Oh, Ryan, you like the shirt? Awesome. The shirt is actually from Sweden. Got it at a thrift store. It's an IKEA shirt. It was a collaboration with an artist. I wish I remembered his name, but if you know the style, you might know the artist. It's one of my favorite shirts. Alrighty, Max, you got a 3D printing question. What infill percentage would I use on bigger surface areas? Always struggling to get the perfect top layer. Well, for one thing, you can always just set more top layers. So I like to use 6 top layers generally. If it's a massive surface, maybe 8, just so that it has time to smooth out. Depending on your printer and nozzle, ironing might be a good thing for you to use to get a really smooth top surface. And there's also certain infills like lightning and adaptive cubic? Is it adaptive cubic or support cubic in Prusa Slicer, where the infill actually gets more dense near the top of the print. That way you don't have to have a super dense print and you can still get a good top surface. It's made specifically for that. Alrighty. The pen is starting to purge. Looks like I had gold in here last, which is good. Gold transitions into orange pretty quickly. So there's our orange. Ooh, this smells like ABS. I need to open a window. I thought I only had PLA filaments in here, but this is the unmistakable scent of ABS, which I think it's ridiculous that ABS was ever used for 3D printing pens. That means I also have to turn up the temperature here. Yeah, ABS is way too smelly and noxious for a 3D printing pen, which a lot of kids use. Not a great idea. So if you're in the 3D pen world, use PLA, I would say. Although the thing I love about these professional pens is they can actually handle just about any material. So if you want to use PETG, if you want to use nylon, etc., especially if you're repairing prints, you can use whatever filament just about, I found. TPU also works, which is really cool. All right, anyways, let's get started. So for this guy, I'm just going to start by doing the outline. And I'll go over that another time. Speaking of like 3D printer infills, I kind of like to think in terms of 3D printing when I'm doing this. So, you know, I can do a concentric infill here, for example. I want to kind of follow the contours of what a goose might have if I'm trying to be really fancy. You know, the feathers would travel vertically down the neck, so I'm not going to fill it in like this. I'm going up and down. I mean, that's probably a bit nitpicky for a little thing like this. I guess it doesn't really matter, but... And there it is, the classic messiness that is 3D pen. If you look at them this close up, it never looks that pretty, but when it's all up on the pixel wall, it ends up looking pretty cool. All right, so we have an orange goose. What color does that make the beak? What color do y'all think the beak should be for an orange goose? In the meantime, I'm gonna fill up a different pen with black filament. Let's use this detailed one for the black, because black is often used for small details, like the eyes in this case, and outlines and whatnot. So that'll be my black pen. It's nice to have a pen dedicated to black, because it takes forever to switch between black to another color without having some residual filament in. All right, beak options. We've got purple. That was kind of my first thought. Purple, even yellow, even though it's close, it would look cool, I think. But we're getting mostly purples in the chat. That seems like the majority, so we're gonna go with purple. Teal would be cool too, but yeah, purple, I'm okay with that. So let's get the eye going first. Let's see if this pen works. Anyways. Monkey, thank you. So the 3D meetup is in Helsingborg in March. Pretty far away from Kalmar, but it's good to know, at least. Something I can consider. By March, I don't know how settled I'll be. I feel like I'm going to have a lot of work ahead of me, just like moving in and starting normal life there. So Whether I can do a 3D meetup, that is to be determined, but I'll have to keep that, I'll have to put it on my calendar once I get there. All right. So this old pen doesn't have a variable speed like the Mint 3D pens, so I kind of gotta just go like that, I guess. A lovely sound. Aside from work, what am I looking forward to in Sweden? I mean, the nature, the quiet, the clean air, the peacefulness. That's kind of the stuff that drew me towards the place. It just seems more relaxed. And people do talk about the more relaxed nature of Sweden and Europe in general. Whether I'll be able to calm my mind. I mean, I love working. I love what I do. So I doubt I'll like work less. I'll probably work more. Gotta afford my life there, for one thing. All right, let's get a little black eye. Best way to do this is just to let it blob up, because then you get a fairly perfect circle. Boop. Not too bad. It smudged a little. This is my first pixel in 2 years, so I'm kind of getting used to it again. I'm gonna get another pen going for the purple. What pen would I recommend for gluing prints together? I mean, if you can afford it, the 3D Mint Professional here is just like all around the best pen I've used. They don't die as much as other pens do. I think I had one of these go bad where the reverse button broke, which I technically could take it apart and fix. But generally I've put these pens through so much. If you watch my 3D pen UFO video where I tried to build a UFO around a drone, keyword tried, but the 3D pens worked great for that. And I was working on it for like 10 hours straight. And these things have tiny little motors inside. I honestly don't know how they survived. I was kind of just trying to figure out when they die, but they didn't die. Yeah, I honestly don't know how to differentiate a duck from a goose properly in terms of a little... I can tell the difference if I see one, but making one as a little pixel here, especially since it's orange, it'll have to be a little bit ambiguous. Alrighty. Oop. Let's find a purple. I'm actually pretty limited on my purples. This is a very purple. Classic. Ugh. Still kind of fumbling around with my setup here. I'll get it good by pixel number 3. Alan, I am not retiring from YouTube just yet. I am indeed moving to Sweden. Whoop. I'll probably be making more videos, hopefully. I have a second channel starting up. If you check out my last live stream, I'll have a link to the channel in the pinned comments there. Go ahead and subscribe to that completely blank channel and I promise you I'll make some fun videos. Alright. Looks like this pen had black in it before, so maybe I should have used this one, but black to purple at least isn't the hardest color to purge. This is actually the ideal activity for streaming, I think, because there's a good bit of downtime between purging filaments and stuff, so it's cool that I can actually read the chat and hang out with y'all. I also like this amount of people, so I can keep up with things. Okay, Dan, and asking the difficult questions. If I owned a sandwich shop, What would it be called, and what would my signature sandwich be? Gosh, well, I'll answer the second question first. My signature sandwich would be and is the most amazing grilled cheese sandwich you've ever had. I make a killer grilled cheese. I'm not much of a cook, but my grilled cheese will blow you away. And speaking of the second channel, I think I'll have some cooking on there, maybe. I'll show you guys how to make my secret grilled cheese sandwich on my Scappa Out channel. Scappa Out, sorry, not Scappa, Scappa, because I misspelled it. Very embarrassing typo on my new channel. I'll fix that once YouTube lets me. Anyways, all right, I want to set the pen pretty slow because this beak is a little tiny thing, and even on this low setting, check out how fast it'll come out. Oh no, it's pretty slow. That's good. Another awesome thing about these pens, you get a good amount of speed variation. Actually, perfect. Boop. So a few techniques you'll notice me using here a lot. For one thing, as with all pens, one thing that Super hasn't figured out is the oozing. So even when I'm not extruding, filament just kind of slowly leaks out. So I'm constantly just pinching and pulling away. Of course, the nozzle is hot, but if you're just quick like this, it doesn't burn you most of the time. All right, I'm gonna accept that as my first pixel of the day. That's a goose for Joe L. Oh, and Joe L also left a comment. He said, I've been with this channel for about its whole life. Seriously, thank you so much for all the inspiration you've given me up to this point. Thank you, Joe L. Y'all inspire me as well. I enjoy the mutual inspiration that comes from this channel. So, there it is. Like I mentioned, unfortunately I didn't realize the orange is ABS, so that means it's maybe a little more likely to pop off if I were to flex this or anything, but right now it's all staying together. The materials are vibing, so I'm going to set that aside. We'll stick all the pixels on the board at the same time once we finish them. And based on how slowly I'm going and talking, this might be a bit of a long live stream. We'll see if I can pick up the pace. Pixel number 2 is for Landon. Landon wants the Kurzgesagt Earth. Kurzgesagt. 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 I don't even know. It's German, right? The Kurzgesagt Earth is the logo from that awesome channel that probably most of you know. One of the biggest channels on YouTube, I'd say. They do great informational videos with lovely animations. So I'm going to try to do the Earth. And their Earth is floating in space, so I will do a background for this one. But I think I'll do the circle first. That's one thing I forgot is a quarter. I like to trace a quarter. But also, since I've got this peg thing, this is kind of jig, what I can do is just kind of set my pencil here and then spin the peg. Oh, let's see how that works. Yeah, not bad, not bad. I can make myself a pretty good circle like that. All right, and the other details, I'll just improvise. Hey Vivilaine, great to have you here. I actually have one of those little silicone finger protectors too, but I'm just too lazy to use it. All right, so next up, the Earth obviously is a nice blue color, which I could switch out the purple for blue, but I still have some spare pens, and blue is a common color, so I might use a separate pen for just all my blues, because I end up using blue in almost every 3D pen thing I do. All right, let's heat this up. I'm gonna go with the 193. Can't see it really well, but there's the reference I'm going off of. So I can pick a nice, friendly looking medium blue. I like this one. Ooh, the colors look a little different on my phone than in real life, but trust me, this is the right blue for the job. Tim, thank you for the thank you. You've been watching since 2016. That's awesome. I barely believe that I've been doing it for that long, but yeah, that's pretty much when I started out, at least with Make Anything. Yeah, monkey. I know I fixed the spelling of my channel in the graphics, but YouTube won't let me change the name for 14 days. So I'm stuck with the typo for the next 13 or 12 days now. Trebla? No, I have never been photographed for stock photos. Interesting question. Anyways, those are all getting obsolete with AI now. I know I use AI for all my stock imagery. Am I part of the problem? I don't know. Vivilaine, I have 5 pens on hand. So not enough for every color, but at least I can switch out a lot less often. Alright, there's the oozing happening. These filaments are also really old, so they ooze worse than they should. They're bubbling a bit, but they're getting the job done. Alrighty, so let's do the earth here. I'm gonna set this to a medium speed again. Let's test it out first. It's a bit slow. There we go. Yeah, these variable speed sliders are awesome, but they're also very sensitive. So just like moving it a smidge can really affect the speed. So I like to test on the side. And this color is definitely oozing like crazy. I should probably turn down the temperature a bit. I always forget that on 3D pens you can kind of go with a lower temperature than if you were 3D printing, for example. You could probably go down to 175, but I do want it to melt onto the pixel really nicely, so let's go with 185. Alright, the circle. This is going to be a challenging one. One shot, one opportunity. Let's do it. Already kind of messed up, but it's okay, it's okay. Making sure to really smush it in, like I said, so it joins with the pixel well. And I'm just gonna go ahead and spiral this towards the center. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Now that I see it on here, maybe I should have gone with a slightly lighter blue, but this'll do, this'll do. I'm very critical on myself, as you can tell. There it is. Our beautiful big blue earth, the pale blue dot. Alright, I have one more pen, so let's use that pen for the greens now. I'll probably end up, I don't know. I don't use purple too often, so I'll probably have to empty that pen out soon. I could make a domed earth. I do have a few domed pixels, but for this one, to match the flat illustration of Kurzgesagt, I'm going to keep it flat. And to save a bit of time, because like I said, I have to get through, I believe, 16 of these. It's been half an hour and I'm on the second one. So yeah, I'm going to keep it simpler where I can. There's a billboard in South Africa that looks like me. That's pretty funny. You should send me a picture if you pass by it again. I'd love to see that. Maybe I can find my doppelganger. Aditya, I think I've done your pixel. I recognize your name. Um, I mean, we'll check it out more thoroughly later in the stream, but I bet it's up there somewhere. All right, let's get our green going. I'm gonna go with a nice, vibrant green here. And the Kurzgesagt earth, sometimes it's got a shadow on it, sometimes it's like straight through, sometimes it's arced. I'm just gonna go flat, no shadow, because that would make this very challenging. And after this, we've got white, which I forgot. I need a pen that's dedicated for white as well. But this is already heated up, so I'm gonna go ahead and load the green in this one. Maybe I'll swap the purple pen for white, which will take a while, but gotta have a white pen. And green is another one of those colors I use pretty often. Green and blue, the colors of our planet. They get used a lot. Mel, I don't know yet if how much pegboard is going to be in my new home. There's a lot of interesting new wall storage systems being developed by other 3D printing creators, but I am pretty faithful to the pegboard. So I'm just purging out the black right now. This pen had black, so it's gonna take a while. I'm just gonna make a blob. Yeah, I'm pretty in deep with pegboards, and I think they work well. I've recently developed my X mounts, which are pretty sturdy, so I'm actually happy with pegboards. I do wonder in Europe if they use the same standards for pegboard holes, because here in the US they're spaced an inch apart. So if they're spaced 25 millimeters apart in Europe, that might be close enough that all the designs I've already made still work, but obviously I can also make my own pegboard. I'm heavily debating or considering making a pegboard myself if I can get a CNC quickly enough, because then I can use really nice wood and just make the slickest pegboard you've ever seen. All right, so let's start these Kurzgesagt land masses, which are basically just stretched out tic-tac shapes, and the exact positioning varies between the illustrations I've found, but I'm not sure if there's any relation to the actual configuration of Earth. And it can be a bit hard to make smooth. It's already hard to get clean lines with the 3D pen, but even more so when you're doing 3D pen on top of 3D pen. So I'm going nice and slow here. It's working. There we go. Can't get too detailed here, but I'll put another hint of one on this edge. We still have to put the clouds on top of this. There we go. Hold on. I gotta grab some tweezers. Excuse the sniffling. I'm still sniffling a bit. I was sick last week. All right, sweet. We've got that. Next up, we need our white. So I'm gonna go ahead and unload the purple, because the purple I don't use too often. I'll turn the temp down. Why was it so high? 195 is plenty. Ah, yes, there's the IKEA pegboards, this Skalis or whatever it's called. Am I ready to switch to the metric system? I was born ready. I mean, I do all my designing, almost all my designing in Fusion 360 is done in metric, because millimeters are just way... Like, I know, there's this whole debate, obviously, but yeah. Millimeters are unquestionable superior when it comes to small objects. I don't want to do the whole thousandth of an inch thing. All right, out with the purple, in with the white. So now you'll see how long it takes to purge between a dark color and a very light color. The billboard is on Google Maps? Wow. Yeah, definitely drop it in the Discord. I am there. I check out my Discord just about every day. It's not the most active community, but it's fun. And like I said, same as here on the chat, where it's not like too fast-paced. It's almost nicer. You can actually have a conversation, you know, without having to scroll through a million stuff. Oh yeah, this is purging really weird. Like the purple's coming out kind of speckled. But look at it. This is gonna take a minute. This white is also a little milky. It's not the most opaque white that I've chosen, so that's another reason it'll take a little bit longer to purge. Oh yes, skådespelare, the first word that Duolingo taught me that made me a little bit scared about learning Swedish. Any words that get longer than that, and I start feeling dyslexic. And you know, Swedes, like the Germans, they do the whole compound word thing. If I see a word that covers an entire line of a page, my mind just kind of short circuits. So I'm gonna have to learn to get past that. Wow, this is taking even longer than I expected to get to white. Something funky was up with that purple. It might have been because the temperature was set so high before. Yes, I am gonna add a background to this one. Earth floating on white is just a little off. And we're getting there. The purple is starting to look just like kind of gray, which gray clouds are maybe acceptable. I might go through my whole little yellow, green, what? I can't say colors. There's a white spool. I'm gonna go through half of it just purging this out. It's kind of a shame. I should have gone with the more opaque white. I still could. Yeah, I should. All right. I'm gonna switch whites. We already got most of the job done. Skådis. They have nicknames for their long words. That's a relief. Yeah, the one thing that Duolingo doesn't teach too well is like the colloquial way of speaking. So I've been watching some YouTube videos as well, but I suspect and really hope that once I'm immersed in the country, the learning will go much quicker. Like I said in my last stream, when it comes to learning a language, you feel like you could be learning so much and still not know anything. So here we've got a nice solid white. This one shouldn't have to purge much more. Another feature I love that's become standard on these pens is that you can just double tap and it'll just auto feed, so you're not killing your thumb pressing that button the whole time, especially when you're doing something like this. The worst thing about long words is when you're done reading, you forget what the start was. It's so true. It's like you have to memorize a play just to learn one word. Jeez. Oh yeah, this white is definitely more solid. Still got some like hints of purple, but all right. I'd say that's good. And usually I like to smush the tip into the filament too to get rid of any residual filament on the tip of it. These have a ceramic filament, which is really nice. The filament doesn't stick to it much. Once again, a speed test. All right, let's go for the cloud. One cloud. We're just gonna have two small clouds, so this doesn't get too crowded, or too clouded, I should say. All right, there we go. Oh, shoot! I also need my filament clippers, and I know the ones I have in this room are kind of messed up. Here's me being picky again, because I've got the black in here that I could use for the background, but I also have some voodoo purple here. Wizard's Voodoo filament, which I love, and would make a pretty cool color for the depth of space. So I'm gonna switch out the black for purple. A lot of time just spent switching out colors. That's 3D pens for you. Especially if you only have one pen, then it's like 90% of the time you're switching out colors, if you're going for something colorful. I would generally just go with a 1 or 2 color design if I didn't have more 3D pens. All right, Carl, enjoy your work day. Thanks for popping in. Here are my clippers that I have. My phone can't really zoom in, but they're pretty bent up. But I like to have these on hand for 3D pen as well, because they're good for just like clipping off little strings and stuff. Alrighty. I forget how to unload this pen. Oh, there we go. Vivid Lane, yeah, using the color while it's transitioning, that is a fun little trick to get gradients with the 3D pen. In this case, however, I'm kind of going to have to do one corner at a time, so if I did that, it would just be like each corner is a different color. So I won't do that in this case, but it is a fun suggestion. That said, I don't need to purge it entirely. These two colors are close enough. This is a pretty dark color here. And for you guys on the stream, these LEDs look really buggy and awful, but that's just the frame rate from my phone. They actually don't look too bad. Uh-oh, this is not wanting to go in. Did this pen clog? Oh, no. Just wasn't feeding in quite right. What's up, corn dog? I'm making some 3D pen pixels, which are this kind of mosaic / collage on my wall. based on requests from my patrons. And while I'm not accepting pixel requests, my Patreon is absolutely still open. Well, with this move going on, I might be a little bit financially strained, so if you love the channel and if you have the means to donate a bit, I always want to be humble and not ask too often, but if you can do it, it helps. It absolutely helps. And, you know, whatever excess money I make, I like to put it back into the channel, so I have some really big ideas in mind to 3D print. Some really cool ideas that I can't necessarily afford all of them right now, but hopefully I'll be able to. Hopefully the whole Sweden trip is exciting for people to watch, as it is for me to live. That I get some good views and interest in my second travel-y related channel as well. Classified. I'm down to 5 3D pens. I definitely had more than that, but I've been, since I'm moving, I've been getting rid of everything. I want to say I had maybe 10 3D pens at the peak. Alrighty, let's do this. So yeah, I'm just going to do one corner at a time. Oh, I think I went a bit too slow. Yeah, this pen doesn't have very... The difference between the speed setting number 2 and number 3 is very little. So yeah, for a corner like these, I kind of just do this zigzag like that. It's an interesting look, and I think it works. There we are. Sometimes I like to also go around the border after I've done something like this, but I kind of like the raw edge on this one. I'm going to keep it like this. Also, since I've put down a lot of plastic, these pixels can warp, so I have to leave it there for a second to let it cool down. There it is. Oops. It's a bit... I wish my screen was a little brighter. The camera was recording a little brighter, but I don't think I can control that on the live stream. Alright, we're 15 minutes in. 2 pixels done. Oh gosh, I'm going to be here all day, aren't I? I have a thing to get to at 7, so at most this is going to be a 7-hour live stream. It actually might. It happens. Alright, this should be cool now. Chozo, you're saying, thanks for getting you into 3D printing. I love to hear that. And Tippy Tree, you playing Tippy Tree, which I love. Tippy Tree is almost undoubtedly my proudest creation, because it was my complete own idea, and I think it's really fun. So, thank you for playing it. Alright, our next pixel is for Simon Vank or Vance? I think it might be Vance and I left off a letter. Or I don't know. People are from all around the world, so sorry if I mispronounce your names, but it's also awesome to have such a varied audience. So Simon asked for a pixel of their beetle weight combat robot. So Simon actually built this robot, and I'm going to try to do a little version of it. I'm not going to try to show you my screen again because it didn't work very well, but you'll just have to see and trust that this is what the robot looks like. And because it's a bit complicated, I'm going to use the pencil again to first kind of trace it out. It's also awkward to fit into a square. So I'm going to go like this. Put it in the corner. It's got a square back. Comes to a point here where there's a spinning blade. So I'm gonna have it spinning like that. It might be a little tricky, but I think Simon will at least recognize it. And then there's two wheels here. That's pretty much it. And this front edge is silver and the rest is black. Yeah. That'll do. So we're gonna start out by doing the body first. And that's silver. I'm really missing having more 3D pens right now. Because for silver, which pen do I want to give up? I'm thinking to switch out the orange. Just, not that that's the most similar color, but I don't know. Hopefully I don't need orange for a while. Recognizable as a fighting robot? Awesome. We'll see about that after I 3D pen it, which also makes things a little trickier. Simon also left a comment basically asking me to talk about combat robots and bring some attention to this growing sport. Personally, I can't talk too much about combat robots. I definitely did watch BattleBots when I was a kid. I mean, who doesn't love watching robots destroy each other? I mean, come on. It's kind of a very awesome hobby or sport. I guess it's a sport. Yeah. If you watch Maker's Muse, the YouTuber I'm often confused with, he's been doing BattleBots for a long time, or combat robots, so he's got videos about 3D printed battle robots and actually put some into tournaments. The last Matter Hackers meetup I went to was a combat robot meetup, and that was pretty fun to watch. They had all the different sizes, so there was like huge ones. The ones that were on the BattleBots TV show, one of them was at the meetup. You don't realize how big those robots are. And at the same time, there's also like ant weight BattleBots, which are like this small, and they have to weigh 100 grams or something. I'm just arbitrarily picking a number, but it's pretty awesome. It's a trombone style, is it? Interesting. I don't know what makes that considered trombone style. I don't know what that means. It doesn't look like a trombone that I've seen. Are these pixels going to be in a YouTube video? Unfortunately, this is the video because I'm leaving. So I will definitely take a nice photo of all the pixels. And I was thinking of actually using the 3D pen to connect them all together so they're a truly solid piece, because it's an awesome art piece altogether. As derpy as some of the individual pixels are, when they're just all there, it looks pretty cool. Alright, silver. Always a fun one to do because filaments can actually be metallic and shiny like silver. So, it makes it a bit more accurate than if it were just a 2D illustration or something. It's got some real metallic qualities to it. Alright, let's load it up. I hate when I take a little too long to select my filament and then the pen starts cooling down. What up, Stick Boy? Stick Boy. My boy Darren. Viscom, what was it, Viscom 6? One of my instructors at Art Center. Thanks for following me for all this time. I always smile when I see your likes on my stuff. And I also always feel a little bit guilty that I have not managed to make an Art Center graduation since I graduated. It's a bit of a crime. But here we are. And I'm moving to Sweden now. Maybe once I've moved across the country, I'll actually show up for a grad show. Mars rovers, yeah, they look tiny, but they're actually massive. That's a good point. I wish I'd seen a Mars rover in person. Speaking of Art Center, it's close to JPL and some NASA facilities where maybe it would have been possible to see at least a replica of a rover, but I can't say I did that. I do think once I'm living somewhere else, all the uh, all the attractions of California will suddenly be more exciting for me. You know how it is when you live somewhere. Oh wait, I didn't want to do silver yet. Okay, we're gonna do it anyways. I kind of mixed up the order I was thinking of. In fact, we're gonna change the robot just a little bit because Simon has the blade being silver as well as this front edge, but if I do both of them silver, I think things will get a little bit lost. But actually maybe this order is better because I can do the rest of the robot on top of this blade. Make it overlap and make it a little bit 3D. There we go. Nice and quick. Now let's switch back to this Wizard Voodoo, which I'm gonna swap out for a kind of very dark gray if I have one. Okay, even though it's not entirely accurate to Simon's render, I think I'm gonna use this, another awesome filamentum filament, because it's like black, but it has gold glitter in it. And it's just so cool, I can't turn it down. Yeah, Wade, this shirt reminds me of my own art style as well. Probably another reason I like it so much. Hybrid robotics. I'm moving from Southern California. Born and raised here in Orange County. So I'm extremely excited to enter a new phase of my life. It's really a dramatic change, a new chapter. I think I'm ready for it, but I also think it's impossible to truly be ready. I just have to go ahead and jump. Not unlike the cliff diving I did in France this past summer. You're like, is this gonna work out? You just go for it. You go for it and you make it work out. Oh, you're from San Diego. Awesome. I've gone down a few times in my life. Recently, mostly for the concert venues. There's some good venues, there's some really fun concert venues in San Diego, actually. Most recently, I was at the Casbah, which is such a dingy little venue, but that makes for some fun shows. All right, we've got this. I forget what this glittery gold filament is called. But let's go ahead and do the body of this robot. And I know I drew the wheels on here for reference, but I'm actually just going to cover it all up because it's easier if I just do this kind of as a solid thing first. So kind of just start with an outline. And for this one, I'll do what in 3D printing we would just call a rectilinear infill. Back and forth in these sweeping straight lines. And this is looking a little flat. So I'm gonna do a second layer to make it really 3D. We are using a 3D pen after all. This pen is the one I don't know if it's going to survive. It definitely sounds like it's straining a little bit. But I will say the extrusion is quite nice. I do feel like I have a good amount of control with this one. As long as this speed is okay, because once you switch from 3 to 2, again, like I said, it's not a great speed transition, but this speed number 3 works really well. So there we go. Again, you can't really see it as well on the stream, but the little gold in this filament does look quite cool in person. All right, and finally, I don't have to switch colors for this one, thankfully, besides heating up this pen, because the wheels are this same neon green, which is also going to help make this robot more recognizable. Zach Randier, 3D pen recommendations. Nowadays, I'm pretty much only recommending the 3D pen, the Mint 3D Professional here. For most cases, if you really just want to try out 3D pens, you might be able to still find some of the really cheap, like, there used to be $5 cheap 3D pens on eBay and Alibaba and whatnot, but even on those sites, most of them have been taken down because 3Doodler started enforcing their patent. They are the ones who first made the 3D pen. And as far as I know, Mint 3D here is the only company that properly licensed the patent for 3D pens. So they're doing it legit. And I personally prefer the way they're doing it over the original 3Doodlers. Especially as someone who owns a 3D printer that uses this same size filament here. It makes the filament much more affordable and a much more variety of filaments that are available. All right, so here's another quick one we gotta do, just 2 little wheels. There's 1. And 2. Boom, combat robot. And, you know, I'm gonna leave the background white for now, but I do try to avoid having too many all with a white background, just so it's more interesting. So maybe if there's time later in the stream, I'll go back and add some backgrounds to some of these. All right, let's go straight into number 211. If you're wondering, we're on pixel number 211. And this is a 2x1 because Ben was a gold supporter on Patreon. So Ben gets a larger pixel. And this is an interesting request. Ben said, my nickname from my brother is Beanfish. Beanfish. So, of course, Ben said it would be cool if I could draw my own interpretation of a beanfish. And those of you who know my rejected animals know I'm all about creating imaginary animals. So, beanfish, sure thing, no sweat. Now, because of the size of this, my first idea, you know, was of course like the classic kidney bean shape, but since this is pretty wide, I think I might go with a string bean. And the string bean also has a bit of a tip that makes a good mouth for the fish. And I could still have it arc a little bit. Or maybe even like a soybean, because then I can do the seed pods. That'll be fun. Let's do a soybean. So let's go like that. Well, I need to put a tail, don't I? So let's shorten this a bit. We'll have a tail for the fish. And we'll put like 2 beans in there. An eye. Some fins. I'd say that's a pretty fun beanfish. And I do want to use two greens here. So I'm going to use a darker green for the background, then go back in with the light green for these other parts. So I got to do some filament switching again. Actually, I'm looking ahead, and I am going to want a dark green for my next pixel, so let's go ahead and switch the blue for the dark green. That might go a little bit quicker. How do you patent what's essentially a glue gun without a trigger? I guess the fact that it's using plastic instead of glue makes it novel enough to deserve a patent. Which I mean, it is a unique idea. Honestly, I'm always still split on patents. It kind of sucks that people aren't able to freely innovate and adapt to things. It's kind of the reason the open source movement was created. But at the same time, if you spend significant resources and time to come up with an invention and then some other bigger company immediately copies it and steals your whole audience, that's also a bummer. So I wish there was a good compromise. I guess licensing the idea is kind of the answer. But the way it stands right now, it's kind of just up to the original company if they even want to license the idea out. Right? So, in my mind, I kind of feel like it's the right thing. As someone who invents and designs, I think it would be cool to, or like, my preference would be to have some ownership over unique ideas, but that there should always be a way that others can build upon it. I mean, that's kind of how it is. With patents, if someone creates enough of a change and improvement, then they're able to patent that as well or whatnot. Anyways, darker green. I've only got a little tiny bit of this one, so let's see if it purges quickly enough for me to use it. Otherwise, I can go with a really dark green. Oh, I actually have my other pack of filaments I haven't even gone into. Oh, and then the gardener is out. I guess I can close my window a bit now, since I'm hopefully not going to be using any more ABS. I should have my HEPA filter in here, but I do not. So I will suffer a slight bit of poisoning for the sake of the stream. Because I love you guys. Alright, start the purge. Okay, cool. See, blue to green, that purges really quickly. This will totally be enough filament. I mean, a little bit of blue might still come out, but then we'll get a cool gradient effect. That's okay. I guess I am straying a bit away from traditional soybean shape to make this work. But Ben did say that he wanted my own interpretation. So here it is. That's the beauty of imagination. You can't tell me I'm wrong. You can tell me that doesn't look like a bean, but that's just like your opinion, man. And I know it does look like it's a fish facing the other way, but I'm gonna make it work. There we go, see? Had just a little bit of filament to spare on that one. So back to the lighter. Actually, Oh gosh. I kind of want blue now to do the background before. Sometimes it's easier to do the background first. I should have done the entire background here first. So again, nah. I'm just not going to do that for now. I'll go back in later in the stream if I can. Cleanse my room with the divine smell of wood filament. It is lovely, that wood filament. Or I could even use some of those protopasta, like coffee filaments that are out there. Villain, for this stream I have 16 planned, and I'm on the third one, so I don't know if it's gonna work. But I have to finish the pixels. I owe it to the patrons. We'll see. Alrighty. Let's go in with the fins now. What would have been really fancy is if I actually printed all these pixels in different colors for the backgrounds. But I wasn't thinking that far ahead. That would look really clean. Actually, I have these pixels available to download on Things. Even if you don't have a 3D pen, you could do some really cool pixel art just by printing out different colored pixels and putting them on the pegboard. Maybe I'll do that in my new home. You know, I don't think I've seen anyone do that, so if you ever do, definitely photograph it and throw your makeup on Things. Alrighty. I was gonna put some bean pods here, but I think that would get a bit crowded. I'm just gonna do like a hint of bean. I'm just gonna do like the highlight. One side here. Essence of bean. There, that works. I do want to give this guy a pretty prominent eyeball, so I'm going to do black and white. And I actually do have 2 chargers up here, so we can get 2 pens heating up at the same time, even though it becomes a real athletic act to try to use both pens while they're staying heated up. I'll keep this gold black in here. That'll work for the pupil of this fish. Yeah, it's true. Doing the backgrounds with the 3D pen can allow me to do some cool textures. I have some really nice pixels I've done in the past. One of my favorites is a big 4x4? 3x3. It's a 3x3 pixel. I believe it was for Emily Kirkman, who was one of my largest patrons for a long time. So she got a 3x3, and I did a koi pond and did some really cool ripple textures, which you'll see a little bit later in the stream. Definitely one of my favorite pixels I've done. Quick dot for the eye. I think that's arguably a beanfish. You know what? Let's go ahead and do the background for this one. It is for a higher level patron after all, and come on, it's a fish. It's gotta be swimming in some nice blue water. Plus there's some pencil marks I have to hide. So let's see here. I do have this nice, like, semi-translucent blue, but I think it's just too dark. It wouldn't be good for making the fish stand out. I want to go with a pretty light blue here. Even though it's maybe not as accurate. There's few waters in the world that are this shade of blue, but I think it'll be good for making this stand out. And it's a nice, vibrant, cartoony, illustraty type color. It'll look good. Yes, a giant pixel board with a bunch of colored pixels for my nephew. That does sound like a fun toy. Yeah, any pixel artist out there, come on. Get on it. Make some awesome IRL pixel art. An LED illuminated pixel board, huh? I wonder how that would look with these pixels, because they do have the pegs in the background, so the illumination would probably not be very even, unless I went extremely fancy and each pixel had its own like circuitry built in. I mean, shoot, that would be awesome. Let's be real, but I don't think I have. That's one of those things I don't have the resources for right now. Alright, I'm swapping out the silver for blue. There we go. Oh, and there's that smell again. This is another ABS. I guess I did a bad job of keeping my different filaments separated. Or maybe they were mislabeled when I got them in the first place. But, alright, so this is going to be a little bit tricky now. Because this fish isn't popping off the pixel too much, so it can be hard to go around and add the background without losing a bit of the definition on the outline. So I'm going pretty slow here, and I'm going to start by just tracing. Trying to keep this pretty shallow. And then after outlining, I'm going to go and switch to just another rectilinear infill like this to get that water look going. Excuse the silence, I'm concentrating here. All right, so we'll do that. Didn't outline the back of the tail there because I think it kind of adds a cool texture to the back of the tail. All right. This is going swimmingly, some might say. Looks like I'm not eating lunch today, huh? Like, I would split this stream up and do the second half tomorrow, but I have a feeling that tomorrow I'm really gonna have to spend the whole day packing things up. I've started packing, and you know, I've got a good sense of what I need, but you always want more time than you think you need. especially with a huge move like this. Luckily, it looks like my parents are going to be visiting in the summer, so I'll be able to get things I missed. Alright, cool. That looks pretty good. Anything else for this guy? I don't think so. Let's just fill this in a little bit more. Yeah, I don't think I need to outline this one either. I ended up getting fairly clean edges there. All right, cool. That's the beanfish. Next up, we got Tobias Gellen, who asked for the Brazilian flag. That's why I knew I would need these colors. This green is perfect for the Brazilian flag. I just have so little of it. And I kind of want to do the whole background for this kind of a design. Actually, no, I'll do the yellow first. Literally just to spare myself some of this green. And then he wants the dome in the center of the Brazilian flag to be an actual 3D dome. So to the person who mentioned that earlier for the Kurzgesagt Earth, I will be doing a more 3D design for this one. That's part of the reason I didn't do it for that one as well. There's only room for one dome in this live stream. Top 10 favorite pixels. There's no way I can figure that out off the top of my head, but maybe we'll look through them in a bit and I can decide some of my faves. You feel like I've done this pixel before? The Brazil one or the fish? Definitely haven't done the bean fish. I've done a banana bird, which was one of my own rejected animals. Someone just asked me to do a rejected animal of my choice. So I did a banana bird. In terms of this one, I have done some domes. I did a plate of spaghetti. That was a big dome of spaghetti. And I also did an orange that was three-dimensional. I never noticed the warning on the box. That is funny. Yeah, there's no way I could not touch the tip of the pen. I have the compulsion to constantly be cleaning off the tip. What am I doing? Right, yellow. Brazilian flag yellow. This might be a bit too fluorescent for a Brazilian flag, but it's the closest I've got. Nothing wrong with a bit of vibrancy. It's the same color I used for that spaghetti I mentioned. Speaking of which... yeah, I don't think I've done a Brazilian flag before. I have done flags. I've done the Swiss flag. I've done the French flag. Oh gosh, what's that one? Some Irish coat of arms. I've actually done Swedish meatballs. I forgot about that one. How prescient. Prescient? Gosh, good thing I'm learning Swedish because I barely know English. What other flags do I have? I've got a rainbow flag and an LGBTQ flag. In terms of countries, I think that's all the flags. I thought, oh yeah, Swiss, I said Swiss. Yeah, I think that's all the flags on the pegboard. All right, so I guess I should quickly draw this out. So I'm kind of going to cut off the diamond here because we want the dome to be nice and large, and the diamond is a bit wider than it is tall, so we're just going to have it like that. It's going to be a zoomed in cropped version of the Brazilian flag. I think that's the best option for this. And we'll just fill this in completely and then go on top of it with the blue. Sometimes that's easier. Nice. All right, back to the blue pen. This one I will definitely have to swap again because this blue is absolutely too light. That would get me in trouble with the Brazilian authorities. The yellow was already a bit of a risk, but if I went with a light blue, the Brazilian flag is quite a dark blue. We've got a nice matte dark blue here. Let's go with that. It's kind of fun too to combine the different textures of filament. Going between this very glossy yellow and a matte blue could look cool. I wish I could zoom in and out while doing this. Sorry for the weird camera views every now and then. Oh, I think I pulled out that filament a bit too quickly. Yeah, I've got a bit of a clog, but hopefully I can push it through. If we lose a pen, then we're in real trouble. All right, seems to be working. Props again to the Mint 3D Professional pen. One of the reasons these pens work so much better than a lot of the 3D pens of the past, these actually have a dual gear inside. 2 extruder gears that press it in from both sides, which make it way more reliable. What's up, Mason? Welcome, welcome. Ty, I've got Yeah, so, like I said, this is the Mint 3D Professional pen. I am bringing at least one of these pens with me to Sweden, because, yeah, they're super helpful. Oops, I was going to do the background first, but this is fine. Let's do the dome. Yeah, I definitely want to bring one of these. We'll see. We'll see if I have the allowance. There are so many heavy things I'm planning to bring. And I discovered that with the flight I purchased, I actually just cannot add a checked bag. So I have my one checked bag, and the best I can do is pay to have up to 32 kilograms instead of 23. But the real, I'm just doing some like scraggly infill here right now. Oops, don't get too scraggly. I'm relying on the fact that I've never known any airline to weigh carry-on baggage. So my carry-on might be incredibly overweight, but if I can just act cool and look like it's the lightest thing in the world, I'll get away with it, and it won't be a total disaster. All right, the trouble with making a dome like this is it kind of collapses in on itself sometimes if it gets too hot. But there we go. That's fairly good dome. It's not a full half sphere, but that's certainly 3D. Alrighty. We'll do the green now, and I can heat up the white at the same time while we're at it. Tobias also left a comment. He said, your channel is awesome. I love how you're always trying different techniques and tools. That's one of my favorite things about the channel as well. I love, the fact that companies reach out to me when they've got some new cool thing. I love that I've gotten to that level where companies reach out to me with their awesome latest technologies that I can try without paying the premium that usually comes with a brand new idea, and also the risk of it not working at all. Wait, your carry-on got weighed? You're the first person to say that, and you've probably flown to Sweden more than anyone. Why'd you say that? Now I'm very concerned because you don't even know how heavy my carry-on's gonna be. I won't even say, because it's kind of ridiculous and unbelievable. All right, going in with the green here. Oh, that actually makes me think of my my loophole idea. Any experts out there, tell me if this would absolutely not work. But what's to stop me from making a custom jacket with like IKEA bags sewn in as pockets? Like a trench coat with 2 massive IKEA bags on each side and just filled with everything I want to take with me on the airplane. Because there's no limits on what you can carry in your pocket, right? Like, part of me really wants to test that out, but it's also not worth it. All right, next up we've got this banner that goes across the Brazilian flag. And there's also the stars, which I'm just gonna I'm gonna use the ooze to my advantage here. Boom, add a few dots. It's all stringy and whatnot, but that's 3D pen for you, so that's just how it's gonna be. I can clean that up with an X-Acto knife later if I have to, but I'd say that's a pretty good Brazilian flag right there. That's absolutely recognizable. So there we go. That's pixel number 5. Again, we're definitely pushing the time on this stream, but luckily this next one is going to be quick, especially for me because Mikkel JG asked me to do the Radiohead Modified Bear. I'm a huge Radiohead fan myself, so this is something I can do with my eyes closed, and it's also black and white, so I can just do a nice quick black illustration straight onto this white pixel. The only thing is, yeah, with the speed of this pen, do I want to go down to speed 2, which is a little bit unbearably slow, or do I stick with this 3, which requires me to draw with confidence? I did just say that I could do it with my eyes closed, so I think I kind of have to prove myself. And I am still going to do a slightly simplified version, because this is a very small pixel we're dealing with. Yeah, I'm doing it. Speed 3. Check it out. Let's go. It does require some fairly accurate circles, which is tough. All right, not perfect. Actually, oh man. I'm going to do that again, because that circle could be larger. There I go. Eating my words. I think I have enough spares to do a redo every now and then. Yeah, this is quick. There we go. Now the ears. Oh, that one's a little bigger. But you know, Stanley Donwood, the artist behind this modified bear, a lot of his art kind of intentionally looks like children's art sometimes. And I probably just made the class. Oh no, I was gonna say sometimes. Oh, no. Yeah, I did do the teeth kind of backwards, but no way, it's totally fine. Now eyes. That's all there is to it. That'll be the quickest pixel of the day. The Radiohead modified bear. Many small pockets instead, yeah. Oh man, I am not looking forward to having to clear out my carry-on at the TSA check-in, because it's basically all electronics. Okay, well, I just saw 2 pixel requests down the line, and I'm gonna go out of order here just to keep the same colors going and do maybe the second quickest pixel of the night, of the day, which is Luke M, who asked for an Orca, another black and white, which could have a blue background. That's one that I might have to slip in at the end. And I'm gonna do this one kind of diagonally to get the most out of this Orca. It's gonna be a tough one. Let's do it. Gotta leave the white spot for the eye. All right, okay so far. Nice, healthy fin on the back. Not like those sad SeaWorld orcas. Let's do the bottom first, and then we'll draw this fin on top. It's a little bit stubby just to fit onto the pixel, but that's definitely an Orca, is it not? Yeah. That one could use a blue background, but we'll get there when we get there. Let's see. What do we want to do next? I guess we'll go with Lance, even though this one's going to require a few color changes. Lance Hegner asks for a Viking fish in red and white. Well, the background's white, but I might still do another background for this one too. Blue as well. I might be overusing the blue backgrounds, but it's just a good background color. Well, red and white, we can do a yellow background for that too. Yeah, I've already got the yellow loaded up, so let's do a yellow background. Part of me actually wants to do the Orca on the yellow background, even though that's counterintuitive. I like black, white, and yellow as a color combo. Filling a pillowcase with clothing. That's a good idea. Okay, if people get away with that, then I think I can get away with some things, some hijinks at check-in as well. All right, so this Viking fish, I am using a yellow background, but I don't want to have to use white on top. So I'm gonna not do the whole background, and the fish is gonna be just the head, because to make it a Viking, you need the Viking helmets that Vikings didn't actually have. And then the fish. We could fit a whole fish on there. You can do it just like that. It's a bit silly, but that works. So I'll start with the background, but instead of covering the whole pixel, I'm still gonna kind of outline it. It will just let me get slightly cleaner lines when I do the foreground. I guess this is also counterintuitive. A fish would also probably be on a blue background. But hey. If you had to follow rules on art, it would be a very different thing. Wouldn't be art anymore, would it? Yeah, I've been watching some Sweden videos now and then just to learn about the culture, and one thing I learned was that the horns on Viking helmets were absolutely not a thing for real Vikings. It's just something that was done for a play or an opera or something, and then everyone started doing it. And that's also another cliche thing, is the buff Viking woman singing opera with the horn. I feel like that's something I've seen on the Animaniacs back in my childhood. All right, there's our background. Okay. We need red now. Guess I'll use the same pen. What up, Kate? You missed a few pixels so far, but there's still plenty to go. All right, first red of the day. I'm just gonna go with a very standard and very red, if I can untangle this. They're all tangled together, these filaments. I'm just gonna cut off a section, honestly. Oh wait, these are two different filaments. Oh my gosh, what's going on? There we go. There's our red. One of the few things that was a little bit nicer about the old standard of 3mm filaments instead of this 1.75 is that it was a bit less prone to getting tangled. But I'd say this size of filament is superior in most ways. Just seeing your comment, Boris. Boris asked if I've done a project with springs, either some 3D printed spiral ones or metal. I've done a few projects with springs. One of my favorite projects ever is my human Bop It costume, and that had some springs built in to maintain the functionality of the Bop It. I don't think I've 3D printed springs per se that function as springs. I mean, I started doing a bobblehead, but I never actually showed it on the channel. So the answer is yes, I have used 3D printed springs, but I haven't shared it, which I don't do too often, but all right. And again, I'm going to keep this one pretty simple. I'm going to do all of this Lance asked for the Viking fish in red and white, so the helmet, the fish, everything, it's all going to be done with red on this white background. Just a kind of line art style for this one. I feel like this is good training for icing cakes. And vice versa. Cake artists would probably be good with a 3D pen. Oh. It's oozing. I'm gonna make it a flat fish. Both eyes on one side. There we go. Oh, that's cute. I'm happy with that. Viking fish. Okay, next up. We've got Z. The name is simply Z. And Z asked for a floppy disk, which we're also going to do red for the sake of not having to recycle filaments. I'm going to do something that I've never done on a 3D pen pixel, because I just thought of this. I'm going to make the entire pixel the floppy disk, and for the geriatrics in the crowd, you know that a floppy disk is a square, but it has a corner cut off, so I'm going to literally cut off the corner of this pixel. I'm going to say that's within the rules. Bam! The first and only 5-sided pegboard pixel. I had to count there for a second. How many inches is that? So now I can go ahead and you know, do I want the... I feel like a red floppy disk is a bit intense. But no, let's do it because the hardware on it is metal. So red and silver do go together all right. So I'm going to do the infill first here, and then I'll outline the whole thing to make it a bit more clean. Going with the tried and true rectilinear infill technique here. It's kind of the easiest, but it does require a bit of commitment, because it looks the best if you just keep on going. It's pretty satisfying on my end. I also noticed that the gardeners are no longer outside, and my throat is kind of burning from breathing this in. So I'm going to open the window again. There's an airplane outside, passing at this very moment, but you know. Kate, I'm using 5 3D pens, but the one that I have 3 of and prefer is the Mint 3D Professional pen. But actually right now I'm gonna go ahead and switch, Decisions. I haven't been using much white, so I'm gonna go ahead and switch the white out for silver and hope I don't need to use white on the very next pixel. Pigman, I have done a Minecraft block. Alright, let's see, since we're waiting for this to heat up, Let's take another quick look. Where's the Minecraft block? I swear I've done one. Oh, there it is. That one came out pretty good too. And there's the Swedish meatballs I mentioned earlier. Köttbullar. There's the round spaghetti and the rounded orange. I've also done a kind of dome Kirby. And the Pixar ball was also, that's the roundest of all. It's like more than a half sphere. Here's the most 3D one too. That Indian appetizer. Oh, there's also this, my vase. My chromatic vase that was pretty 3D. So yeah, there's a good amount of three-dimensional stuff I've done with these 3D pens, even though it's a mostly flat endeavor. This Pegboard pixel board. Mr. D, what prompted my decision to move to Sweden? I talked about it a good amount in my last live stream where I made the initial announcement. But basically, it's several factors. I've always romanticized the idea of moving to another country or just doing something dramatic and crazy like that, because that's what life is about. Doing things. Wait. Sorry. I forgot I need to do the outline of this floppy disk before I do the silver hardware. We can start loading that slowly. I'll get 2 pens going at once. Yeah. I just always thought it would be a cool idea to move to another country. I was able to afford a house, which I wouldn't be able to do here in California at the current rate. My sister lives there, so that makes it a little bit more accessible for me while still being outrageous. So it's kind of a nice balance. Velociraptor, who's been in the chat, that's the one and only Swedish sister of mine. I don't know, if you marry a Swede, can you be considered Swedish yet? Most people would probably say no, but I think if you've lived in Sweden for 10 years, you're a Swede. All right, so we're gonna do the outline here. You know who else would be good at this? I already said cake decorators, but the people who do those cookies, those really satisfying icing cookies, they'd also do a great job at this. $12 years. All right. Well done. Bra jobbet. That's wrong, huh? Bra. Not the. Yeah. My Swedish needs work, folks. But I'll get there. Hey, Ashley, or looks like Ashley's daughter, I should say, watching from your mom's phone. You just got one and it broke. Oh man, what pen was it? I've definitely had a lot of cheaper 3D pens that don't last very long at all, but these Mint pens have been super solid for me. All right, so let's finish off this floppy disk. That corner was a bit larger than an actual floppy disk, but I had to make it prominent. So I think this still works. We'll do the little reader thing here. and then the circular bit in the middle. Apologies for not knowing the proper terminology for bits on a floppy disk. There we go. Kind of recognizable. At least to folks who have been around a floppy disk or two in their life. Alright, let's get right into this next one. This one's special for a few reasons. For one thing, it's the only 4x1 of the live stream, and the last that will go up on the pegboard. And another reason it's special is because it's a request by Sandro Alberti, who asked me to do the iconic Art Center bridge. The bridge from Art Center Pasadena, which just so happens to be my alma mater. So I don't have a blue loaded pen, which means I'm just gonna switch this one. Why do I feel like I have less pens than I started with? I'm totally short a pen. Where'd that pen go? Oh, it's up here, and it has blue in it. Oh my gosh. I misplaced my blue pen for a second. I do still want to switch to a lighter blue, but that'll make the purge a little bit quicker. The purge. Yes, I will. What's wrong with laughing after every sentence in Swedish? No, that's very anti-Swedish. Not anti-Swedish, but probably un-Swedish of me. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've had a Swede laugh out loud. Okay, maybe that's not true. 2 hands. I did go to a bachelor party, so there were a few chuckles. Oh yeah, the cost of housing in Vancouver. We hear a lot about that as well. The Californians and the Canadians are aligned in the tragedy that is incredibly expensive housing. Yeah, it's obviously a huge move. I feel super lucky that Mel has lived there for 12 years and is able to help with the whole process. I definitely wouldn't have been able to purchase a house outright. Which is still to be determined whether that's a good idea or not. Like, oh, my dad was like, maybe you should rent before you buy a house and move to a new country. But I kind of just fell in love with this place that I got. Again, I can't wait to share it with all of you. It's just the influencer in me who's like, I should do everything a little bit crazier because it'll be better content. Like, yes, it's my life, but also think about the content. Do I have a sloth headboard pixel? I don't even know what a sloth headboard is. But I do not have any sloths. That would have been a good request. But the time has come and gone for pixel requests. Perhaps I can think of another way to honor my patrons going forward. In the very early days, I shipped out Make Anything pins, which if you got one of those, they're ultra rare now. Okay. Then I switched to the pixels. But as I always say, oh, we got construction outside again. Yeah, I love being able to provide some little perks to my patrons, but I hope it's always more about supporting the channel than it is for the perks, because that's what it's about. It's about helping me keep this going. So the Art Center Bridge goes between two green hills, and there's a road that passes underneath. Sandro Alberti wanted me to include all of that. The road is going to be a bit hard, but maybe I can have it just like that. Then I'll have the sky, and then we'll have the bridge, like so. Okay, hold on. These hills have to come up, because the bridge is long, but it's not that long. That'll work. And man, I wish I knew the exact numbers, but Art Center has been around for so long, and this bridge has been there for a big part of it. So it's really old. There's like old black and white film photographs of it being constructed. And it's stood the test of time. It's pretty iconic. And basically has a center truss, and then it's got these diagonal supports that go in both directions outward, like that. Now, how am I gonna do this? I guess I'll do like silver and then do the black trusses on top, because technically there's glass windows behind this metal structure. That's going to be kind of hard to convey with the 3D pen here. I'm going to start with the sky above and below the bridge. A very beautiful bridge, but it also led to a lot of awkward encounters, because as you're walking across campus, you'd see someone you know from like way across the bridge, and you're just approaching each other for like 4 minutes before you're close enough to say hello. Kind of weird. All right, I'm gonna go with a different infill here. I'm gonna do kind of like a messy infill, just to switch it up. I think this one's going to end up being pretty three-dimensional too, because I'm doing a lot of layers. I knew these pixels take me a long time, but I think I underestimated a bit how long it's going to take me to do these. I really hope I can get through it all. I was like, oh, 1 hour, maybe 2 hours. Here we are, 2 hours in, and I don't think I'm halfway yet. I might be halfway. But I do think I'll at least still make dinner with my friends tonight. It's on me for not thinking about doing this, more than 2 days away from my big move. So there's the sky. Now, still wondering what will be the best for the background of the bridge here. It's hard to say. Sorry, going back through the comments a little bit. Sideshow. What was my favorite video to make? That's definitely something. I'm not good at racking my brain and going through everything I've ever made. My over 400 videos. In terms of overall experience, I had a great time going to Frankfurt for Form Next in, how long ago was that? It might have been around 2017. I went to Zortrax, had me go in. And yeah, the video itself, it was just like, it was whatever. Interviewing people and showing the Form Next booth. Nothing too crazy, but I got to fly out to Germany and hang out with the Polish coworkers and whatnot. It was a great time. So in terms of the funnest to make, that might be up there on the list. I mention it always, all the time, the human bop it. Just one of my proudest ideas, and the fact that I actually pulled it off. I love that. What else? It's always fun to make crazy intros with my brother-in-law, Frederick, who I will be living much closer to now, so I'm sure there will be plenty of silly videos to come. Of those, the one that comes to mind was when I made him a bionic, like a cyborg mask. But it was a fun little intro to make because I had these hover shoes. And those hover shoes were really fun to ride around. Unfortunately, they've broken down. Yeah, those are a few of my favorites to make. Alright, so we're filling in the whole background here. I'm losing my whole underdrawing of the bridge, but at least I know it should fit. Alright, switch into this this golden black I've been using for all my black, just because it's already loaded and it's a cool color. And once it's extruded, it basically just looks black. It just has a little extra something. So I'll do the road, then I'll do the truss rods, and then the hills on either side will be last, so that they're actually like literally overlapping and in the foreground. My biggest 3D pen project, I think that was my UFO drone. I also did some 3D pen wall art that was quite large, but also it was fairly quick because it's just flat and had a lot of empty space. And I was using wood filament, which extrudes really quickly, so that was actually nice. It's still hanging up here in my parents' home, although it has fallen apart a little bit. All right, so the road, let's see. Trying to think about how I want the lines to go. I think they're gonna follow this, kind of the direction of the road. I mean, this is a little hard to tell what it is, but it's hard to fit this on a pixel. All right, the road. And now the most important part is these truss rods. So we'll start in the middle here. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I think I'm just going to do the vertical ones first again, because those basically form a square. I think they do form a square. That is to say, they're equally tall and wide. Luckily, this filament doesn't ooze too much, so I can do a lot of starting and stopping here. Now let's do the diagonal rods. Again, yeah, this is a request by Sandro Alberti, who I am so sorry if we met at Art Center. because I don't recognize your name from there. I don't know if you knew I went to Art Center, if it's just a pure coincidence that you are requesting this. If you ever see this, please reach out and let me know, because we are fellow Art Center people. Unless you actually didn't even go to Art Center, in which case then I just want to know why you requested this. Maybe you're just an architecture fan. All right, let's finish this off with the top and bottom. Oh, my laptop is falling asleep because I told it could fall asleep after 2 hours because I thought I'd be done with the stream. There we go. Just happens to be a fairly good, it's a good thing to draw flat. Very graphic design, so it's working well. That is absolutely the Art Center bridge. Sorry, I'm a bit back in the chat. The new channel is called Scalpa Alt. Well, yeah, the problem is the URL and the channel name and everything, it doesn't even show up on YouTube search yet because I haven't made any videos. So if you want to subscribe to my new channel, you can join the Discord, Make Anything Discord, and ask me there, or you can find my last live stream from 2 days ago where I linked to it in the comments. I appreciate all the followers. I'm slowly gaining followers. I think I'm approaching 400, which is awesome because I need 1,000 to monetize. Is this going for 2 more hours? I would say it is. Most likely, at least. I don't know. Going forward, I'm definitely trying to be as efficient as I can with these pixels. Of course, this one here, I have to be thorough. I've got to do it very nice. It's also large, so it's like doing 4 pixels almost. But also it's for a top tier patron. So I'm just doing a little like dark green here, which is gonna be hinting at the hills in the background, which now that I think about it, those, maybe they would be under the bridge. Anyways, kind of using up the last of that green. Almost. And then I'll put a lighter green for the foreground hills, just to increase the depth effect. Let's kind of clean up the top there, and there. Now let's switch it out. Actually, I also love doing some rejected animal projects, and hopefully in Sweden I'll be doing a lot more of that. I've always been wanting to pick up Blender so I could do more organic models like that. And also, if I found out I want to figure out a way that I can like collaborate with other 3D designers in a way that we can both be compensated for the work, because the rejected animals would be perfect for like a guest series type thing where artists come in and model their favorite of my 1,000 plus rejected animals. $420 subs. Awesome. Thank you for joining. And thanks for putting the link up, Velociraptor. It's good to know that it's showing up in the search now. Does it show up when you type it correctly or incorrectly, though? I guess you have to type it incorrectly for now. And that's funny, because, like, I looked it up. I wasn't just going off the cuff. I had it written down in, like, my planner as Scapa with one P. But I think in my head, I just preferred the look and sound of it as Scapa. So, I've got some beef with Sweden there. Should have made it Scapa instead of Scapa. But I'm also just glad that it doesn't mean something vulgar instead or something. That would have been worse. I would have had to start a whole new channel. All right, here we are doing the hills of Art Center. Also iconic. And I'll even do it as like 2 layers here. Using the, based on how I fill it in, even though I'm using one color, I can still kind of add more depth and make it look like layers of hills. Ah, yes, Art Center in Pasadena. It's a beautiful campus. Overlooking the city on this nice green area, and many mornings you'd be driving into school and there's deer grazing. Truly a beautiful place. Speaking of Art Center being old, I just saw on their Instagram recently that I believe her name is Ruth, the inventor of Barbie, actually is an Art Center alumni as well. I don't know whether she was a product design student or illustration or what, but yeah, Barbie came out of Art Center. As did so many iconic designs and creations. I'm constantly surprised when I get emails about another alumni who's incredibly prominent. Alrighty. Just about finishing it up. This was a big one, but also one I'm very happy to do. It feels right to have Art Center up on the pegboard. I sure learned a lot there. Yeah. I have a live stream where I went over my work at Art Center as well that I put out. When was that? Might have been 2 months ago by now. Might have been back in November that I did my Art Center live stream. Has it been that long? November? Yeah, I think so, because I know I didn't do a live stream in December. Anyways, there it is, the Art Center bridge. Awesome, love it. Oh, it's a little bit warped. I pulled it out a bit too quickly. I mentioned that earlier, but that's okay. That should stick on the board. Yeah, I considered keeping the typo for my channel just because it sounds cool, but then I'm like, no, it doesn't look intentional enough. It'll just make me look foolish. Sorry, I'm sniffling more and more. I think these 3D pens are kind of getting at my allergies. Okay. This next request comes from Lena. And Lena asked me, well, her request said, Kirby, and if not Kirby, a heart. So at first I was like, oh, I've already done a Kirby. I guess I can do a heart. But guess what? I've also done a heart. Which I can show you. The Kirby is a lovely one, riding the star, and it was a 2x2, so I got to get pretty detailed with it. And then here's the heart. It was a pixel heart. I think that's maybe the only one that is discreetly pixel art. Oh, and I also just found another flag. We got a little Texas flag right there. Yeah. But anyways, since I've already done both, I'll go with her primary request. And I'm just going to do a slightly different Kirby. A little simplified one. So let's switch out to Kirby colors. Kirby colors. I'm going to say this is a good color for Kirby's feet. And is that different enough? It's a bit dark. I can go a little too dark or a little too light. I guess I'll go with the lighter one, just so they stand apart more. There's a pretty light pink that we'll use. Oh, and this old filament is just like cracking and breaking. These filaments have been sitting around for years. I do wonder, Melanie, how humid is Sweden? Because humidity is an enemy of 3D printing filaments. I need to know what I'm up against. I might need to build a dry room or something. Actually, I've never done a 3D pen. You said 3D pin competition, but I guess you mean 3D pen competition. I haven't done any competitions for 3D pen creations, and that's usually because my competitions are sponsored by 3D printing companies, so it would be harder for me to get prizes and whatnot, but that would be interesting. That would be interesting. I do like doing different forms of competitions so that all my viewers can have an opportunity to enter them. The current competition that's going on, of course, is my auxetic tile competition, which is 3D printing. And I'm very excited. I've already looked at some of the makes that people have posted on Thangs for that comp, and they're cool. All right, I'm gonna do my circle trick again here. Make a quick circle for Kirby. And we're gonna have Kirby doing the little, like, how Kirby dances on... Is Kirby a male or female? I don't know. This is how Kirby dances on their feet. Or is Kirby non-binary? I don't know. So there's that. And then the little mouth will be here. Maybe the cheeks and eyes. Kirby has blue eyes, but I think I'm just going to do black. Like, more simple. Which I'm sure that's probably how, like, Game Boy Kirby looked in the game. It was always fun how back in the day when, you know, like Atari games that had absolutely horrendous graphics, like every character would be 5 pixels, but then on the box art, it would be some crazy fantasy art, super detailed. This one I'm also gonna not have a background color right off the bat. We'll see if that comes in later in the day. Here are the feet. I'll just do a little thing for the mouth for now. I don't know how that's gonna work. And I might even have to forego the cheeks because this is just so tiny. Unknown levels of humidity in Sweden. Okay. I know IKEA sells an air quality sensor, which probably has a humidity sensor on it as well. So, you know I'm going to have to go to IKEA to start furnishing my home for the things that I won't be 3D printing. Which, you know, I'm going to be 3D printing so much stuff for my home. Yeah, very excited. I already have some printers on their way so that I can get right to it. Kirby uses he, him pronouns, but his gender is a friend. Okay. I didn't know that was an option. I'd like to be a friend. I mean, I guess that's how I refer all my viewers. I always start my videos nowadays with, hey, friends. So, I just assume that my viewers are friends. There's probably some enemies of mine who are watching my videos who are just like, don't assume I'm your friend. You gotta know there's people who just like spite watch channels even though they hate the person they're watching. I'll take it. I'll take your views. All right, so we're gonna get a little bit of depth here by just doing the backhand first, and then we'll build up the body on top of that. I think this mouth is gonna disappear because I don't know how I'm gonna. Yeah, I think I have to just do the circle first. So that was in vain, but that's okay. Well, actually, no. Let's see. Well. Kind of figuring it out as I go here. I think it's more clean if I just keep this spiral going. But we could make it spiral. Well, I got messy anyways, so here's what we'll do. We'll spiral towards the mouth. This filament in particular is behaving a little bit weird. Anyways, that's okay. That works. And now we can do the top hand here. Hand. I don't know if you can call this a hand. Maybe it's an arm, if anything. And even that seems wrong. Like, what? Kirby is just an anomaly. Let's just say that. I do want to build up a little bit more here. Kirby is just such a fluff ball that he needs to be a little more 3D. A little bit. I don't know. Maybe maybe this will backfire. Again, this filament. This is a weird one. I think this came with one of my cheap 3D pens. And it doesn't smell like ABS, but it doesn't smell like PLA either. So I don't even know what it is. And actually, yeah, you know what? Since the eyes are going to be like old school, just black line eyes, I'm also going to make the mouth just a little dot. Little smiley dot. That is, it already is Kirby, you know? You don't even need features beyond that. Oh, that's upsetting that one of your students said, I'm not your friend. All right, this is perfect because I actually have another black and white pixel coming after this. I forgot that my trick in the past has been to like look at my list of pixels and try to reorder them so that I'm using the same colors back to back. That would have been smart, but I've caught up well. This stream will not be 4 hours. I'll get this done. I'm almost there. How time flies when you're having fun. All right. So this might be not the most characteristic face for Kirby, but like I said, it's already recognizable. And then one of those little, like, ooh-woo mouths. There we go. That's still Kirby. Awesome. Yes, so like I said, this next one is another black and white. It's a logo for Beat Mania. Beat Mania 2DX. I don't know what Beat Mania is. And I looked it up, and the logo for 2DX is like two logos in one. So I'm just gonna do the Beat Mania logo. Although this is for John, and John did say if the logo ends up being too difficult, then I would be happy with a DDR arrow that has a nice gradient. Which, you know, that would also be cool. Maybe a little, that would be pretty fun, but I try to stick with the first request. It is a difficult one, though. It might be a little bit sloppy. And again, I'm debating. I think for this one, I am going to slow it down to the crawling number 2 speed. And let's see if I can, because I'm going so slow, I might be able to do the turning trick for the drawing as well. Hold on. I just noticed that the temperature is quite low. And I also don't... Okay. This pen has been using like 170 something degrees. Maybe I should have turned all my temps down because that was working pretty well. This pen actually oozes less than most of the pens I've used. Anyways, sorry, I'm rambling. I'm going to try the spinning technique that I just used for the pencil with the pen. Now, it works well with the pencil because there's a pause. Yeah, actually, never mind. Because with the pencil, you know, it doesn't matter if there's a pause, but here you have to be pretty consistent, and it's kind of hard to have it consistently moving. So I'm just going to have to try to draw a circle and deal with it. Yes, it is quite past your bedtime, Mel. Thank you for sticking around for so long, but I give you permission to go to bed. You've got work ahead of you tomorrow, after all. Oh my gosh. Alright, so speed number 2 is like unusable. Speed level 3 is as slow as you want to go with this pen. Which I guess is a bit of a design flaw, because I don't even want to know what speed 1 looks like. So the way this logo looks is it's not only a circle, but it's a gear. So I'm going to do a little gear teeth. Internal gear type thing. Oop, I made this a bit too big because inside of that gear I also have to fit a kind of stylized letter D and J that's like split and offset. So I have to do half of each letter first. So I'll do the top half of a D like that. And then the bottom half is offset like this. And then the J does the same thing. And based on the backup thing and the name, I'm guessing Beat Mania is a type of DDR game. If you know, let me know. Alright, and I can just barely squeeze in the J here. There we go. Oh yeah. Anyone who knows Beat Mania would recognize that logo. Again, maybe I'll do some color in the background. Also, this one looks nice black and white. Alright. We have 4 left. 4 left. Ashley, here's the pixels I've done today. 12. 12 out of 16. So I might not finish in under 3 hours, but maybe. Let's see. Depends on the requests. I see at least one easy one and some more complicated ones. But for now, we've got Gareth Molyneux. Molyneux. Looks like a French name. Gareth Molyneux. Asked for some sort of computer shape. I'm a techie, so something like that. Huh. So a bit open-ended. I could just do a black and white one, because it's going to have to be simple for a computer, but let's... You know what, I think I'm going to do black on green, just like the old school terminal style colors. So I'll start with a pure green background and then I'll just draw a simple computer icon on top of that. Or, I could make the computer with a green screen and then a background color. All right, yeah. So I'm gonna start with the green still and just do like a screen, so a little rectangle. Then I'll keep this black going, keep it warm so that I can do a nice dark, stark computer around it. And that's probably already gonna look good, but if it needs a background, it can have a background. We'll see. Man, I must say this might be one of, if not my longest ongoing projects, this pegboard pixel wall. I have to look and see when I did my first one, but it was probably, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago? I'm not sure how long it took for me to get a Patreon going and then to do the pixels, but it's been many years. And yeah, it's awesome. It's an awesome thing that's come together. And especially awesome because I'm collaborating with some of my biggest fans. So it's just one of my best ideas that I've come up with, I must say, in terms of just running this YouTube channel. So there we go. We've got a nice green screen. Now back to the black. I feel like I've definitely done a computer or two in the past. Oh, if you're still in the chat, whoever mentioned the Minecraft block, I now remember or see that I also did a creeper. But computer. Oh no, I think I was thinking of this one, the R mechanical keyboard, just because it's also black and green. Although I'd be surprised if I haven't done a computer. I see 3 3D printers. And another Texas flag. Do I have 2 Texas flags? See, even myself as the artist, I still can look at this and see new things all the time, which is so cool. But, yeah. I'm not seeing a computer. I've got a circuit board. That's also kind of similar. Yeah, this might be the first computer. First and only. So let's just go ahead and do it. Even though I'm going with a kind of old school, the green thing, old school trope, this is still a fairly modern looking computer monitor. I'm going to build it up pretty fat so it looks nice and clean. And I feel like since we've got the screen, we should write something on it. My initial thought is I should do like a root directory, like c colon / you know, a very classic computer thing. Or I could do like a sideways smiley. Let's do an emoji. Because you can never have too many smiles on the pegboard. And I'm one of those people who still enjoys using old school emojis. Wait, were they still called emojis when it was just text-based? Or are emojis only the illustrated ones? Emoticon. It was an emoticon, right? Wow. Time flies and you just forget these things. Or is emoji and emoticon the same thing? See, I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with a silver background here. I? Let's hold off on the background for now because I'm already using silver for this next design. This next request, oh, it's a 2x1. All right, the final 2x1, even though it is a pretty square request because it's by Robo, who said to please doodle his Robbie the Robot avatar that's on Discord. Now, is Robbie the Robot, I'm going to look this up real quickly, because his Discord one is just, you know, it's in a circle, so I don't know how I'd fit that on here, but if Robbie the Robot is from a show or something, then I might be able to get a better image. Oh, it's a toy. It's the old toy. That's cool. Oh, it's from Forbidden Planet. All right, this is beyond before my time. I'm not familiar with Robbie the Robot, but it looks pretty fun seeing the images here. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a vertical one then. And I'll kind of try to draw out. It's still going to be hard to fit on here. I really think it would be maybe a little better suited as a square design, but let's do what we can. Robbie the Robot has this kind of stretched out dome top. It's probably the most recognizable trait. And then just Robbie is just a very bulbous robot. Just a bunch of circles stacked on top of each other. Like arms there. And then a slightly smaller torso. And then there's a few different colors and things. But yeah, definitely under this dome hood, there's like all this electronics going on. We've got like a little piece sticking off here with a circle on it that I can't entirely fit. And then another piece here, but the circle is sticking straight up like that. Quite a unique design for a robot, I must say. And there's all kinds of components in there. All right, so I'm going to start with this light silver, even though most of Robbie appears to be like a darker gray. So I'm just going to do some of the small details first. Eugene from Quebec, welcome. You're just making the tail end of the stream now. Yeah, so I'll just do these details first, and this one, there's a bit too much going on that I definitely won't be able to have a background color. So there's that, and then yeah, these components inside are kind of silver as well. And even the top of the dome is almost silver. I think it's actually like glass, but this is a good way to simulate that. All right, and the rest of him is like the darker gray, so let's go ahead and switch colors. I don't think I have a medium gray. So let's look through here. Yeah, I've got like blacks and near blacks, but not really quite the right color. I mean, it looks like Robbie is pretty much black, but I also feel like that would look a little too stark. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's just this tiny piece. We've still got some vertigo gray. Yet another awesome filamentum color. Yeah, because in here, it's either just like that same flat silver or black. There's very few dark grays. Interesting. So, if there's any filament manufacturers out there, that's a note to you. Make some nice dark grays. Because vertigo gray is a very nice dark gray. And so I'm just gonna have to transition from this black to gray, and I have to use this quite a bit, so I'm probably gonna go through this whole little stick of filament. Hopefully it's enough. I think it'll work. I'll have to kind of like really smush it down so that I can fill more space with less filament. Hey, from Quebec, Eugene. Hello, hello. Boris, you could do a 3D printer pixel on a 1x1, but have it stick out of the pixel like it is glued sideways to the wall. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but it sounds like something that I wouldn't be able to stick onto my pegboard. I do like the ideas of things coming off the edge of the pixels, which I have done. I did it for my orange. It was 3D, so it worked that I could overlap with other pixels. But in general, these are all butted up against each other, so I can't really go outside of the edges of the pixels and have it still fit on the wall. All right, so to clarify, Timbo says emoticon is for only text. Emoji are a very specific part of Unicode, and those are the big old yellow faces we know and love today. Cool. Yeah, that was my impression as well. I just wasn't sure. Yeah, I'm still an emoticon fan. If you can do it with less, then you should. All right. Let's load up the gray. I mean, you know what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start at the bottom, and as soon as this starts purging, I'm going to use it. So we'll get the transition between gray and black. And that could actually look cool here. Maybe I'll do the bottom first, and then this section, and then the middle. Actually, this section here has some other colors going on too. Okay, let's see. And then this part is kind of a different gray as well. So I might be able to use a few different grays. But yeah, I'm just going to use this while it's pretty much still black. Because if you look up Robbie the Robot, it's a very dark metal finish that he is made from. So this should be okay. Yeah, so it's basically black, but it's fine. I was just worried about differentiating between these sections, and it's actually going to work in my favor, maybe. And then I can leave this square because there's some blue thingamajigs there. Now let's do the main body. Yeah, that's kind of cool. They separate more. I'm just wondering what direction I want to go here. I think I'm just going to do a kind of a curved situation. So I'll go straight across here, and then I'll kind of trend to an upward curve going upwards, and then I'll do the opposite going down. Like I said, if I smush this into the filament, into the pixel a bit, then it uses less filament. And you know what was I worried about? I'm not even halfway through this piece of filament, so I've got more than enough. Yeah, and for the bottom here, I'll kind of arc in the opposite direction to pretty much just simulate a rounded object. Not bad, not bad. Now we've just got hints of the arms here. And since I do have enough filament, I can make it a bit more 3D. It is a lot of dark gray and dark gray, but that's just the way this robot was made. And it looks like Forbidden Planet was a black and white television show, so it's interesting. I wonder if it was specifically designed to look better in grayscale, although that seems counter to what it is. Okay, and I'm gonna once again use the transition for this top section because that's kind of a middle gray between these two colors, which again I don't have that exact color I need. 3D HPs saying hello from Las Vegas. Hey, hey, welcome. I was just in Vegas last month. I was climbing at Red Rock and I rolled my ankle. Other than that, it was a pleasant trip. Oh, also the traffic coming back was horrendous, but I'm used to it. Alright, so I've got this, maybe it's a little bit darker than the other silver I used. It's a little less metallic. So I'm going to use that for this last section. Okay, so it's starting to come out, and it's already pretty light, so let's do it. Again, like weird, it's a very complicated robot, so just trying to make sense of it. Something like that. I'll kind of have alternating directions of filament to add detail. There we go. That's pretty good. What next? What color was in here last? What if this one's empty for some reason? I'm forgetting where I was. Alright, Robbie has some blue details, so let's go ahead and get the blue going. What up, Pilkington Props? You messaged from Sweden. Yeah, I read your comment, but literally right before the stream, so I didn't have time to think out a response. You are a puppet maker, right? That's awesome. Based in Sweden. Oh no, Iceland. You're the one from Iceland, is that correct? That was initially when I started thinking of traveling across the world. Iceland was my first choice because I visited with my sisters many years ago. 2013 maybe. Man, Iceland is beautiful. You are lucky to be from Iceland. Yeah, so I started looking into moving to Iceland and learning the language, and a lot of forums and stuff all said that Icelanders are not very patient with people learning the language. They're not exactly like forgiving, which I don't know how true that is. I mean, I'm hearing similar things about Sweden in that like they won't necessarily go out of their way to make you feel welcome. Other people say Swedes are some of the most friendly people, and I'm sure that's true of Iceland too. When I visited, everyone was quite friendly. I mean, I know Iceland relies heavily on tourism. It's one of the biggest economies out there. So, I'm not sure who to believe. You certainly seem friendly enough. Alright, so there's another little bit of blue on this robot, so I'm just switching out to a darker blue to get that detail as well. Again, with these larger pixels for higher donations on Patreon, I try to spend a little extra time on the details. Yeah, everyone speaks English. That's all. I've basically heard the same thing about Sweden. Almost everyone speaks English, and you can try to speak in their local language, but as soon as they can tell that you're having trouble, they'll switch to English. But I really do want to learn the language. So I need people to speak Swedish around me, you know? Luckily, my brother-in-law will be nearby, and he's Swedish, so I'll force him to speak Swedish with me, even though it'll probably be very frustrating. So there we go, a little blue detail there. There's some red dots going on. Those are barely visible though. I guess I'll do it just to bring a little more color into this one. There's some dots and then there's some panel work. So I'm going to switch back to black and add a few details because this is just a very detailed robot that if I don't put the work in it, it's a little blobby. Although I'd say it's already acceptable, but you know, like I said, I want to go the extra mile. And I'm feeling a bit more relieved now that I'm close to finishing up these pixels. I thought I might be here all day. I'll learn one children's song. Lovely. I mean, I've got to learn the drinking songs. That's a very Swedish thing. Although considering that I'm going to be living remote enough that I won't always have easy access to a bus stop, I may not be doing so much drinking as I might otherwise. And that's probably for the best, so. Alright, I'm gonna switch back to this black gold. It's just such a cool color. Doesn't come across on camera, but it's got quite the gold shimmer. It reminds me of like on certain like black sand beaches. I don't know if it's Formica or something, but it has a similar sheen to it. Simark, it's a combination of things. Yeah, the money in terms of like buying the house is definitely part of it, but it's also just for the sake of adventure. I'm young, I'm not tied down, so I feel like it's a now or never type thing if I want to experience moving somewhere completely new. I also just think it's a good thing to do, to not live in the same place your whole life, because you gotta experience what the world has to offer. Alright, let me just try to go through photos again here to figure out exactly what I want to do for these final little details. There's one rectangular panel here. I'll start with that. Again, it's black on very dark gray, so it's just some subtle stuff. It seems to have some lines. There's a few different images that don't look identical. So, and then just some like little heat sink type lines here. I think that plus the 2 red dots and we'll be done with this bot. This bot boy. So with that said, we can start looking ahead. My next request is by Friggin. Oh, I was wrong. It's another 2x1. I thought this was the last 2x1. We've got one more 2x1. But it is thankfully a very simple request. friggin' just wants the letter F. A single F. I don't know if that's purely for their name or in order to pay respects. I almost feel like I've done an F before. I've definitely done some single letters. Let's see. I've done a letter Z. I've done a letter C. No F. All right. But anyways, I'm already looking too far ahead. For these two little red dots, why not go a little fun and use this transparent red? That's cool. It's always it's fun that with 3D pens you are able to get so colorful with things, because with 3D printers these days, you're generally working with one color. Even if you have a fancy 4-color printer, they're generally like so wasteful with the amount of filament they use, so you still end up using just one color. I'll probably have a Bamboo Lab printer soon with the color changer. We'll see how much multicolor printing I do. I mean, it is awesome. The results from multicolor printing are undeniably awesome, but there's just so much waste. That said, you can still design in a way that there's not too many color swaps. You know, you design it mostly on single layers and such, so that you don't have to like swap for every single layer. Like a full multicolor model with 0.1 millimeter layers ends up being like thousands of layer swaps. Oh, I really like this red. It's like a candy apple red. Unfortunately, we're just doing two little dots here. Oh, but you know what? I'm glad I did that. Somehow that just completes this icon. That's a fun one. Robbie the robot for Robo. I'm sure that name is no coincidence. All right, a single F. We got to do a background for this one, and why not use this red since it's already here and it's so cool. So I'm just gonna do a full red background, and let's go with like I'm gonna go a little funky with it. I'm gonna do like an alternating diagonal, like a chevron type pattern. Let's see if I can pull this off. If it ends up looking terrible, then I'll just make the F extremely bold to cover everything up. There we go. I got a hang of it halfway through that one. Yeah, another thing that's very fun about 3D pens is this ability to create textures even with a single color. Although it definitely takes skill. I've had a good number of messages / nearly complaints from people who watch my 3D pen videos and then get upset that it's not nearly as easy as it sometimes looks. It absolutely takes a steady hand. Especially if you're like a 3D pen purist who doesn't want to use tools and post-processing. If you're just using the 3D pen, like I usually do, it can be tricky, no doubt. Oh yeah. I like this idea. It's a nice texture. I'll have to play around with more different textures with future 3D pen projects. I'm sure there's limitless potential. must say, this turned out pretty good. Let me get this line done, and then I will finish it off by doing the borders to make it especially clean. Oop, a little bit of white filament just flew in out of nowhere. Oh well. I'm gonna have to be careful here not to go too far outside the boundaries, because then it might have trouble fitting in with the other pixels. Also, I already kind of like did the mental math looking at the pegboard, and it doesn't look like I'll have a perfect rectangle, which is a bit sad. Who knows, maybe I'll visit again and add a few final pixels for some extreme notable people, like people who've been watching since day one, literally. That would be wild. If someone literally, like, was a day one viewer of my first video, they deserve a pixel, I'd say, even if they haven't paid me a cent. I'm not doing it for the money. I need the money, but I'm not doing it for the money, if that makes sense. Alright, that's cool. Now we just need to put an F on top. Yeah, this is a very edible looking color, isn't it? Man, I would love an edible 3D pen. I know there are some such. I actually designed some models for a gummy 3D printer many years ago. There's a company that asked me to make designs for them. I didn't get the printer, but they printed them on my behalf. What color should I make the F? Let's see. Red is a tough one to pair things with. Like, I could just do, like, even a white. I've got this interesting filament that's, like, clear with glitter, but that probably wouldn't show up. I've got some very fluorescent yellow. But I feel like I should do a darker, like non-translucent. I shouldn't do translucent on translucent, probably. Oh, you know what? Well, yeah, right as I said that, I was like, oh, but maybe glow in the dark. But those are very translucent. That wouldn't show up well. Gold, maybe? Or a light blue. I always like red and blue. Yellow, green, blue. Green always reminds me too much of Christmas. Like, even if I do a neon green like this, that's not too Christmassy at all, it still reminds me of Christmas. Which, whatever. I've got nothing against Christmas, but I don't know. A dark purple. That was one of my thoughts. I was thinking either dark purple, yellow, or like a light blue. It is very much like a middle red, so I could go very light or very dark. But I do think I have to go to one of the extremes. Do I even have a very dark purple? Nah. See, I don't have a super dark purple. Oh, here we go. How about this one? It is kind of translucent, but it is blue and it is glow in the dark. And I've got a good number of glow in the dark pixels. And it's fun because, whoops, I should use the blue pen. Yeah, what am I saying? The glow in the dark is fun because every time I'd like turn off the lights in my studio, suddenly there's a bunch of random glowing bits on the pegboard, which is pretty cool. I might have to make this a fairly thick F so that the colors separate. Although even when you can see through it, it kind of turns purple. Yeah, red and green is Christmas or watermelon. That's true. Depends on the organization of it or the arrangement and whatnot. Yep, Ashley, I am still going. But I am nearly done. I've got this and then one final pixel after this. So all things considered, not too long. I've still got some time to do more packing before the end of the day, and I'm hanging out, getting pizza with some friends as a final farewell. And then tomorrow, it's really just making sure that I've got everything I need packed. Checking my list over and over again, frantically, just because you know you're gonna forget something, so you're like, let's just be as thorough as we possibly can. No, the bridge was my last 4x4, so it was the last one of that size, but it was not my last pixel. You know, I'm thinking again about trying to get a perfect rectangle on the board here. I think I've got a few options. I mean, I could spend a lot of time rearranging all the pixels that are already up there and trying to make them fit into a perfect rectangle, but that's maybe a little too much work. But I think I'm gonna rearrange a few, go along the bottom with these new ones to add one more row, and then if there's like just a few open spaces, I'll just add my signature on the bottom right corner. It'll be perfect. We'll see. We'll see if that actually is feasible, but usually my intuition works out for me. So, all right. So, let's do it. Got my glow in the dark blue. Now we're going to do a nice tall F. Although a little tiny one would also be funny. Oh, I almost want to do that now. I could do a tall F, but I could also just do like a little F. And you know what? There's very little red on the pixel pegboard. I think it's one of the lesser used colors. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make this a small F. Small but bold. A little serif type font. Yeah. Just got to go with intuition sometimes, like I said. Don't think too much. Ah, the pen started cooling down. All right. This definitely comes out even more transparent than I expected, but I still think if I build it up enough, it'll work out. And actually, it even would have been funny if I just used like one of the more transparent glow-in-the-darks, and then you only see the F when the lights go out. It'd be pretty funny if like you're working in the studio and there's a power outage and you're just like, F! And then there it is, glowing on the wall. Oh yeah, cool. Nice and tall. That'll also make it glow better. I like it. Boom. Look at the height on that bad boy. That is a very fancy F. Ashley, the pixels, the requests were done by my patrons who have donated to me on Patreon. But the whole the whole theme of this stream is that this is the final one, so I'm no longer taking requests. F, the time for that is gone. Yeah, F's in the chat, of course, sorry. Should have said it. F's in the chat, F's in the chat. Oh, actually, I might even put that F sideways just to make it even funnier, if it does help fill out that bottom row, which it should. Yeah, friggin'. Friggin' never said a vertical F. It could be a sleeping F. All right, sleeping F. Should it be lying on its back, or should it be face down? Or is that a terrible idea, and I should just have it be an F, a proper F? Well, we'll figure that out. In the meantime, you know what? I'm gonna keep this glow-in-the-dark for a bit because it's a pretty nice glow-in-the-dark filament. And I think I'm gonna do some background coloring for some of the pixels I've already done. Because I've got the Orca, which might look nice swimming in water. But this one's so delicate that I might lose the shape if I try to fill in the background. So maybe not that one. But Kirby. Kirby deserves a blue background. And the duck. I think we can get away with 2 glow-in-the-dark blue backgrounds. Not a duck, a goose. Sorry. I'm sorry, Ashley. I love sloths too. And honestly, maybe there is one up there. But yeah, I can't do any extra pixels because A, there have been so many people who have requested things in the past and I've turned them down. But also, it's more of a time thing than anything. I really need to spend as much time packing as I can because I am leaving very soon. But I also love sloths, I will say. Yeah. I just had to do some more glow-in-the-dark backgrounds because talking about how nice it is to have them glowing in my studio just made me want more glowing things. Let's go vertical lines for this. Plus, an orange goose almost sounds radioactive, right? So I think it's appropriate if there's a glowing aura around this orange goose. It's so like me to be complaining the whole time about how long this stream is taking, and then last minute decide I'm gonna add extra things. Story of my life. Nice. Looks good, looks good. Now we'll do the same for Kirby here. Oops. Let's see. The other Kirby is also on a blue background, but they'll be far enough apart, and it just works so well for Kirby. There we go. Not too much background space on this one anyway, so it's just a little hint of blue. I wonder if this pink glows in the dark too. It looks like it would. It's got the same feel to it. I don't know. I've never seen pink glow in the dark. I don't know much about the science of glow in the dark. Like, why is it that the colors are always the same? It must be a chemical thing. Like, the most glowy things are always green. But then there's also this blue, which might just be the glowy green chemical mixed with a little bit of blue, since the colors are close enough together. I feel like I might have seen some other glow colors, but they're never as strong as the green. Anyways, there we go. Kirby. Alright, the last pixel. Oh, not gonna use that one. That one's gross. There we go. The last pixel. Besides my signature, if it fits on the board. Alright. Oh, sorry, I forgot to read the comment. For Friggin. Friggin left a comment that said, I really want to learn how to CAD ambiguous shapes. And that was a long time ago. But now I've made a tutorial, so. You're welcome, Friggin. You now have a tutorial on how to make CAD. On how to make ambiguous shapes. Pretty awesome tutorial. I don't think I've seen people's, I think I've seen maybe one person who made their own ambiguous shape. It is a bit tricky to come up with new shapes that work with that technique, but there are more ideas. There's ideas to be done. So it'd be cool to see some people following that tutorial and making some unique ambiguous shapes. Anyways, the final pixel, number 223. According to Google Forms, I don't know if there's maybe a double or two in there. I don't know if there's exactly 223 pixels on there, but I think we can say there are definitely more than 200 pixels on the board. And this is for Isaac, who asked for a 3D lemon Pac-Man with eyes. 3D lemon Pac-Man with eyes. That, man, I don't want to overdo the blue backgrounds, but it sounds like, well, Pac-Man's often on a black background, right? And that would be, okay, I won't do the blue. We've done enough glow-in-the-dark blue. So, 3D lemon Pac-Man with eyes. Alright, well, Pac-Man already kind of looks like a lemon, so I guess I just need to add a leaf. This is going to look a lot like the orange I did. Also 3D. Also has leaves. I think I'm going to use that kind of as inspiration for this one. Maybe not quite as 3D. But let's see. We'll see how it goes. And since this is a 3D one, I'm going to do the background afterwards. It should be easy enough. And it would be hard to completely hide the black. If I did all black and then did the yellow on top, it might show through a bit, because this is another one of those colors that is a little transparent. Or it's not transparent, but if it's thin enough, it's transparent, you know? Oh, pink glowing filament. Yeah, that is the other one I thought. So maybe that pink I have, it really might be glow in the dark. It's got that milky look to it. I saw 3D filaments that are a glow-in-the-dark gradient filament. And I think they might have had one that goes between blue, green, and pink. Sounds wild. Anyways, let's get this lemon Pac-Man going, which I guess the best way to do it is to start with just the lemon part. I do have a Pac-Man already. Oh, but I have to do the mouth too. Especially if it's 3D. Oh, I guess they might be imagining like you can see the citrus on the inside, but I can't get that fancy here. That'll be so hard to do. I'm really trying to imagine what Isaac wanted with this, but I guess we're just gonna do a lemon with a mouth. It's not gonna be the most 3D, but technically everything done with a 3D pen is 3D. So I am fulfilling the obligations. It's also not the most open Pac-Man mouth, but it'll do. That'll do. Ooh, this yellow is really oozing out. Yeah, and like I gotta get the lemon shape, even though Pac-Man is historically very circular. This is a special Pac-Man. Now when you're building up like this, like I said with some earlier ones, they do try to collapse, so sometimes you just want to do a bit of infill. And you also just have to make sure not to go too fast so that the filament just is melting itself. If you make too much of a mass of PLA, like I'm doing right now, it tends to just not cool down for a long time and it can get pretty crazy. So it's good to wait between layers a bit. If you're patient, you can get very three-dimensional. Let's just say that. And usually I am very patient, but this is also 3.5 hours into this stream, so I'm a little less patient than usual, perhaps. But yeah, let's give it a moment. What up, Stratusfire? Tippy Tree is the reason you even got into 3D printing in the first place. Oh my gosh, that was like one of the coolest things to hear. Because I'm so proud of 3D printing, and that makes me especially proud because on top of wanting to make fun games, another big reason I run this channel is to get people into 3D printing and inspire people to want to do it themselves. My goal is always just to make things so cool that people can't help but have to get a 3D printer and go through the initial annoyances of learning a new thing. 3D printing can be tricky to learn at first, but man, is it so rewarding once you got it. Absolutely a skill worth having. All right, his mouth is a little funky. Oh, there we go. Good thing about using a big mass and having it take so long to cool down is I can still kind of shape it afterwards a bit. This bit, though, is a bit much. Let's see what happens if I try to trim it down. Then I can kind of use the side of the pen here to smooth it out. That works. Yeah, a lot of the times when you, like, cut filament, it turns white just from the stress on the material. But if you just run over it with the heat of the pen or a flame really quickly, you can get rid of that whitening. All right, doesn't look totally lemony or Pac-Man-y yet, but once I add the leaf and eyes, I think it will. The leaf is probably going to be a bit 3D as well. So let's do the background first. And I said I was going to do it black, but let's go with a dark blue, which is also very Pac-Man-esque. Da, da, da. Actually, when I do 3D pen, do I ever do the rods of filament? So the rods, that is kind of a 3-doodler thing, because it works better with the thicker filament of 3-doodlers. And they do have a pretty good wood filament. So I've done some stuff with that. In terms of these types of pens, there's also a lot of good wood fill. You have to look up 3D printing filament more than just 3D pen filament, because there's a lot more options. Although then you also are usually buying a huge amount, which maybe isn't great for 3D pens. A lot of people don't need so much. Oh, again, I'm loading yellow, loading blue into this pen when I have another pen that had blue in it. So this one will go faster. Okay, so we've already got a pen for blue, we've got a pen for green, we've got black loaded, we've got all our colors for this Pac-Man. So this one, I don't even need to use for now. What up, Regs? Another person with a tough to pronounce name, but you're welcome. I'm glad you like the auxetic tiles. I am very happy with that as well. And I look forward to getting an even bigger printer and potentially trying a larger one. Even though my last one took 14 days, it was with a very old printer, so I couldn't print as quickly as some other printers can nowadays. I don't know. Hopefully I can make a larger one. A few people have suggested making it modular, where you can like stick together pieces instead of having to print it all in one go. And I've started exploring that a little bit. I'm sure there's a way, but there's something nice about it being print in place. Oh, Kate, you're the one who lives with the numbers. I remember you telling me that. That's so crazy. Gosh, okay. I'll pull it up just because I have them right here. I've been going through like the final things I have to share before I move out. And check this out. I've got little tiny versions of the big numbers that I've 3D printed. So I've been meaning to share these files. I gotta hopefully find the time to photograph these. And, oh, lost a bit. I didn't glue these into place yet. Yeah. I want to make these available for people who just want fun numbers. I think these would be like some very awesome extra numbers to go on top of birthday cakes for all the people who are 1 through 6 years old. Or 9, you can always turn the 6 upside down. All right. Yeah, what a coincidence. Yeah, those numbers were one of my favorite projects too in a long time, and it was so awesome to force myself to get really good at using the CNC to make those. All right, let's do the background here on the lemon. Oh yeah, dark blue is definitely the choice to make this feel as Pac-Man as possible. I think I'm gonna just go concentric for this. have the lines radiating out. It works well, although it does make the borders look a little wild, but I'll clean that up afterwards. So I'm not sure we managed to get anyone in the stream today whose pixels I was actually doing. Like I said, a lot of these requests came in like 1 or 2 years ago, so it would have been quite a coincidence, or at least quite a long-time fan. But I hope anyone who did request these pixels does see them at some point, because I just want them to know how thankful I am. I know not everyone can afford to support me on Patreon, and I respect everyone in their different financial situations. I feel that. But yeah, I'm just very appreciative of the fact that that's even an option nowadays, to be funded directly by your fans. Because that means your only obligation is to do things that are good for your supporters. And that's the best thing you can ask for. All right. So there's the background. Let's get our leaf going. I've got the neon green loaded, but I think I'm going to go and switch that for a slightly, well, yeah, let's see. Ooh, here we go. I don't think I've ever used this. In fact, it's still wrapped up, so a nice dark and another translucent green. That'll look cool on here. Oh, you made a multicolor version of the base of the auxetic tiles. Yeah, I do want to see that. You should join the Discord channel if it's not too much work for you. I know some people are like, I definitely stayed away from Discord for a very long time just because I didn't want to deal with another app and signing in, but it's pretty cool. So especially if you want to share like fun modifications you've done to my files, that's the place to do it, because we're all like-minded people in there. But yeah, even if it's just a screenshot on Instagram, that'd be cool. I'd love to get some inspiration from you on that. Multicolored base. All right, let's open this up. Just for a tiny leaf, but at least this filament will be used for now. Not that I'm throwing away the filament. I'm going to keep it here, and whenever I visit, maybe I'll do some 3D pen projects. Or I can give it to my niece and nephew when they're old enough. Although I don't even want to know how brittle the filament will be by that time. Discord even better? Awesome, yeah. If you basically check the description of almost any of my more recent videos, there's a link near the bottom to the Discord invitation, so you can find it. Yeah, love my Discord community, and it's still relatively small, so it's always nice to have more people in there. So this leaf, I think we want to draw this off the thing first. This isn't a proper 3D pen mat, but let's see if we can get it to stick. Probably not. Not really. I would draw on this, but I think it will peel off some paper. 1 second. Here we go. Got a piece of miscellaneous plastic here that I think is made for 3D pens. All right, leaf. Yeah, this transparent green will look really cool sticking off in 3D because it'll catch more light that way. It is a bit large. Maybe I went too big with the leaf. We can also pop it off a little early and maybe put a bend in it. Oh, but look at that. It makes it so glossy. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of massive. I wish I could have it sticking off here, but that just wouldn't make sense at all. Yeah, we got just a very small leaf. And the stem should go off there. Never mind. I'll add the stem there. No, just kidding. Stem. Okay, stem and a tiny leaf. Will that work? Maybe. All this work, so close to the end, and then I'm like, yeah, let's just do the craziest little tiny things. Also, because it's on the dark blue background mostly, it kind of disappears, but that's okay. And I'm going to make him face to the right, because every character I make is always facing left. It's just something about a lot of artists always have every character facing the same way, because it's just what you get used to. At least the Pac-Man is easy enough to flip around. So there you go. See if you see it from an angle, it's a bit more visible. And that makes it 3D as requested. Now let's switch to the black just to add the eye. And then we can start sticking these all on the wall. I'm excited. It does look like a fortune cookie. Man, can't believe it. Can't believe the Pixel Pegboard is finally coming to an end after all these years. And here's all the scrap from today. Actually, not too bad, considering we made a lot of pixels. But just in case you're wondering, there is some waste, because you're always picking off the little boogers as you're working with it. All right, at least we made it under 4 hours. Longer than I expected, but not entirely unreasonable. I managed to make it through without a bathroom break, so that's an accomplishment. All right, finally, the eye. There you go, that's all there is to it. It's a little bit derpy, but I like it. Yep, a little derpy. 3D, Pac-Man, lemon. I mean, it was a wild request, so I'll take it. Alrighty. Whew, just touching my phone now, it is warm. Here we go, y'all. The pixels of the day. Another fun collection. I love it. So many good ideas. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for hanging in the chat, people. We've maintained a decent audience. Lost a few near the end now. I don't blame anyone. But hey, 30 to 50, I'll take it. It's a long time to be hanging around. All right, let's see. I've got to now position things so that we can assemble this. Yeah, look at that. Can't even fit it in my field of view. There we go. Awesome. This thing has been the best part of my pegboard wall for a long time. That, and I have also a bunch of old fan mail from back when I was accepting it more actively. Awesome. So like I said, I have to rearrange to try to make this a rectangle, because we do have to fit this robot in vertically, which shouldn't be too hard. We'll just take 2 pixels out from somewhere else. Let's see, somewhere that has a lot of 2x2s. Right there, maybe? No, there. There. That's the spot for the robot. Plus we got this fun alien face to work with. I was actually just putting some things away in the attic today, and I had an alien costume just like this in elementary school. And yeah, my family, like, we always made our own costumes, but this was the one time I was like, I need that alien costume, because I was super into aliens. And yeah, so finally convinced my parents to buy it. They did not want to shell out for a costume when they always make like way better costumes, objectively. But I got it. I got that alien costume and I wore it for like 2 or 3 years straight. Well, not straight, not literally every day for 2 or 3 years, but for Halloween. I think you know what I mean. So we'll stick the alien in the corner here. Now let's start filling out the bottom row. Put the beanfish in there. Oh. Sometimes I have to like pull some out to stick other ones on because there's slight overlaps. Sometimes some rearrangement needs to happen, but I will make it work. And like I said, I'll probably end up fusing these all together somehow, because it could still all fall apart. Okay. I also like to vary things, so I gotta make sure that the same colored backgrounds aren't too close together. And also the other Kirby, so Kirby might go over there a little later. We'll throw the orange goose in here. Loving this nice bright yellow of this Viking fish. This one's simple, but it might be one of my favorite ones from today, just because it came out so clean and it's cute. Now, right here near the middle, we'll throw in the last 4x1, the Art Center bridge. That looks good right there. Awesome. Oh, gotta tuck it under this starship. Oh no, it's alright. It's in there. When they warp a little bit like that, they just stick. Alright, the Radiohead bear, another one that is relevant to my interests. A floppy disk. Another nice vibrant red one. Kurzgesagt Earth. Looks good right there. Our lying down F. Well, that's 2 reds. let's separate the reds a bit more. We'll put the Orca right here. And then what next? Lemon Pac-Man goes very well right there. Oh, the F has to fill in that. Alrighty. And we're almost out, so let's do the combat robot. And then the Kirby. And then Brazil. The Brazilian flag. Yeah, I like this order. It's working well. And then the computer. 3 spaces left. Okay. I wanted to finish it with my signature, but I don't have a 3x1 pixel. There are no 3x1 pixels. So I think I have to do 3 1x1s, maybe a DEV or a DM24 for the year of completion. Let's do that. Let's do a 2x1 for my initials or even my whole signature. Okay. I'm working it out right now. We're gonna do name on 1, and then we'll have 24. Actually, let's look up the year that I started. I want to include the whole range of years. Name and years of completion, and that'll be the signature in the bottom. And yeah, that'll be nice. Although, it's a lot of whites together. Maybe I need to rearrange a little bit more. Let's do a little bit of rearrangement. I love this fox right here, so we're gonna move the fox. If I can get these out. Ooh. Yeah, there's nothing special about the orders of these. They kind of built out in every direction, so I'm allowed to rearrange things. Why is this one so stuck in? It's because of the beer. It's good to know this won't fall apart if there's an earthquake or something. There we go. Fox. And we'll put this cute keyboard right here. And the banana bird will move too, just so that there's no, just to separate it more, because the one I'm going to sign, I'm not going to have a colored background for that. It's hard enough to sign without having to sign on top of a colored background. So let's see, where can we stick this one? The banana bird, I love it. We'll put it... Maybe here. Yeah, let's put it here, and then we can get a tardigrade. That's a hard one to remove, though. I need a tool. Man. Truly one of my longest running projects ever. Before or after make anything. Or before or during. Who knows what comes next. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Seal them in resin, that would be cool. But man, what a tragedy it would be if that failed somehow. I need a little more practice with resin before I do something that ambitious. Yeah, I mentioned the same thing, Vivillane. The koi is such a good one. My favorite as well, I must say. Well, maybe. There's some very good little tiny ones on there too. All right. So So, yeah, make anything logo would be an option as well. But I think, you know what, this transcends the channel. I mean, it's all about the channel, but I want to sign it. I want to sign it as the artist. I'm just going to really quickly find out when the first Pegboard pixel was. Pegboard pixels. So, oh man, it's longer than I thought. Number 3 was 6 years ago. I think it goes back 6 years. Number 2 was 6 years ago. Is this one number 1? I don't. Of course, I didn't name the first one number 1. Oh, wow! I didn't realize that the koi was from my very first round of pixels. That's pretty cool. Wow, wow, wow. So, the very first pixels went up in August 2017. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24. 8 years. Wait. 8 years? How do you count years? I became an artist for a reason. I'm not a mathematician. I don't even think I've been doing... I thought my channel's only been going for 7 years now. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, I definitely didn't think I started the pixels that long ago. That's awesome. 2017 to 2024. What a thing. Okay. Just trying to think of how I'm going to sign this. I think I'm just going to use the black pen, classic, the same signature I use on my first edition prints. And then I'll do something a little more colorful for the dates. But this is just going to be bomb. Just bomb. I've done enough. I don't need to get crazy with the signature. Okay, 6.5 years. My math was very bad there, so thank you for doing that. Definitely still impressive. Man, now you got me thinking. I really should encase it in resin. That would be so awesome. I need to, I don't know. I need to collab with Evan and Caitlin at some point. They're the resin experts nowadays. At least in the maker community. Now, there's a lot of great resin artists. I've always been afraid of things like that. I don't like things that can be so messy. Liquids and all these sacrificial cups and sticks and gloves. But resin is awesome. I'm going to have to do resin at some point. All right, let's see how this goes. I would trace it out, but that's just like counter to a signature, so... But also, just so you know, this is absolutely a group effort. I may be the hand behind these pixels, but all of you who have given me ideas over the years, you are the minds. That's what makes it truly one of my favorite projects on Make Anything. The collaboration. The collaboration with some of the coolest people. This pen really sounds like it's about to die, so good timing, I guess. Y'all hear that? It is literally screaming. Oh. Almost perfect. A little smudge on the S. That's pretty good. I'd say my spacing is not too bad. All right. See ya, Vivian. Thank you for hanging out for a good while. I'll see you in the Discord. So now we just need a 17 to 24. But I do want to do it colored. Let's see. It's going to be next to this F and this white bit. I kind of feel like I should just do it inverted. I should do a black background with white text on top. That'll be nice and striking. Yeah, leave the color for the art pieces. Let's just do a nice, simple thing here. If the pen survives. If it dies, then that's fate, and we'll choose a different color. But what kind of texture do I want here? I think I'm going to do another, just like a little smushy one. Just a lot of little swirls. We'll still go linear. Oh my gosh, this pen is actually like suffering right now. I might not get through this. And I kind of want to use it for the white as well, because it is a good pen for, you know, it's so skinny and it makes it easy to write. If it survived as well as the Mint 3D pen, this would be up there with my favorites. Also, if it had the slider for more speed control. But there are definitely some things I love about this pen. And it's definitely about to die, so you will be missed, Enervision 3D pen. Enervision, I mean, I'm sure this pen is just like a third-party thing that they licensed, but Enervision sent me my first 3D printer review unit ever. So that just adds to the sentimental nature of this piece. The Enervision ETK1. No, they sent me two printers. I think the ETK1 was the second one they sent me. I don't even remember the first one, but it's there on YouTube for the record. Oh my gosh, I think it's slowing down. It's crying. I'm so sorry, pen. But this is what you were made for. This is your destiny. And I gotta say, even though I kind of made this final pegboard thing a live stream out of necessity, it's kind of nice. It's fitting to spend time with my viewers, because that's what it's about. It's about the people. You're the ones who made this art possible, and you're the ones who are the reason I enjoy doing this. I would definitely not want to be sitting around making this if it was for no one but myself. So thank you all. Even if you just subscribed like yesterday, you're part of it. All right, does it need a border? It's honestly pretty clean, but let's do a quick border just to really make this pen suffer. Can't wait to take a nice photo of all of this too. It is such an awesome thing. All right. Let's see if it can do the white as well. And you know it's gonna have to purge for like 5 minutes to get all the black out. I've got a lot of like little pieces of filament, so it's the final test for this 3D pen. Let's just say that. Pushing through several pieces of old brittle filament on its last leg. And purging from one of the darkest colors to the lightest. Truly the last test. Oh. Oh my gosh. Look at that. It literally isn't going now. I have to push it through manually. I think it's because I tried to speed it up. Oh, but it is purging pretty quickly at least. There we go. It's going. It's got it. Oh, man. Alrighty. That looks good. So, 2017 to 2024. I guess I can leave this 17 now. I'll just do 20 to 24. Oh, thank you, Mr. D. I appreciate you being here, and yeah, I love it too. YouTube, for some of its faults, you know, it ain't perfect, but it's pretty darn amazing. It like changed the world. Undoubtedly, like YouTube was a game changer. The ability for anyone to be able to have their videos in front of an audience. Not anyone. I mean, you need a camera. Anyone with a webcam can get a video on YouTube and present their ideas to the world. It's awesome. All right, let's do it. Whoop. Little messy start. Oh my gosh. I started doing the 7 before the 1. All right. I'm gonna improvise here. I'm gonna make it work. Oh, it's also gonna be very chunky. There we go. That's a 1. Maybe not the perfect one, but it's a 1. I think imperfection is also part of the charm of these pegboards. So that's okay. The 17 is definitely going to be bigger than the 24. Also okay. I'll just keep telling myself it's okay. It's only the last piece ever on the pegboard. It's okay to have a little squashed too. There we go. Fun. And I didn't even go through the first thing of white. Yeah, I like it. Whew. Wow. I'm feeling sentimental, peeps. This is what a way to finish off things. There it is. The last quarter. Oh, if I can just get it. Yes. Yes. Look at that. A full rectangle. For most of the life of this project, it's always had some jagged edges because I kept leaving space to add more pixels, but this really makes it complete. I'm so happy that worked out. Oh, I just can't believe it. I'm crying. No, I'm not crying, but I should be. I'm crying inside. I'm so happy. Look at that. Well, there it is. Who knows? It's definitely not going to happen in the next 2 days, but I like the idea of doing something to memorialize it. So maybe I will have a final video that really finishes it up, but it feels pretty complete, and there's so much on this board. It's a representation of all the different things that have come together and influenced this channel that make anything what it is. I don't have much of a speech to say, but I hope y'all know how much I appreciate it. Those of you who contributed ideas, or just people who've watched the channel, anyone who's here, you are appreciated. You're part of it. I love you all. And I did end up making the stream more than 4 hours. So I'm gonna go and have lunch. It's been great though. Yeah. Nothing more to say. Nothing more to say. You're all awesome, and I hope you'll stick around and see what comes next, because this certainly ain't the end. There's probably way cooler things to come. Maybe. This is very cool. Alright. Thank you all so much. I'll see you in the next one. Have a nice day. Bye.